All right. Well, good afternoon or evening, depending on where you're at. All of our Grail Country friends out there. You got Jed and Matthew here. Just looking forward to having hopefully a bit of a ranging conversation, covering maybe some of our own personal experience, but also diving into some of the Dharmic traditions, whether that's Zen Buddhism or maybe we'll get into some of the Vedantic traditions as well. And just get a chance to discuss like where some of those connect, I think, for both of us personally within our own Christian journey, and how some of those forms of thought and practice might filter their way into our self-understanding as Christians. So Matthew, you've been hanging around here at Grail Country for at least a little bit of a spell, but I wanted to give the Grail Country audience just the opportunity to get to know you a little bit and hear a little bit about your story and where you're coming from, and kind of what kind of has helped form you into the Christian Zen Neoplatonist that you describe yourself as.
It's my journey, so I guess I'm surely biased, but I think it's a beautiful journey. It's definitely got its darkness in there as well. Just some of the disclaimers up front. There's where sometimes you have to end up to kind of bounce back. Sometimes the depth of the suffering can only shows what the opposite of the reflection can be, the refraction can be. And anyways, that's kind of where I see it now, as where my life went, as becoming a convicted felon, doing 10 months in multiple county facilities, stuff like that. Ruining pretty much every relationality is ontological ground, ruining every relationship I had pretty good, burnt to the ground pretty good. A week of homelessness before an aunt finally reached out and said, if you're gonna surf couches, you can come try to surf couch here. But maybe one way I want to get into this would be because it'll tie into kind of a crescendo moment for me on that jail cell, on that rack, where I probably in my Christian I have a lot of different vocabulary now. It was interesting meditating on this conversation the past few days. I was like, oh, I can say it this way now because I have these years of experience and just further knowledge on it. But I would just like to maybe highlight as we go in on the realm of Maya in the Buddhist tradition versus this reality as love in the Christian tradition, and maybe seeing the connective tissue there, or the middle ground, the middle way there being, if desire and love, the Heideggerian Pageauian care, what are you caring about? And we got just a little foreshadowing. It comes to head where I'm sitting on a jail cell, and I, for the first time, pray, for the first time, ask myself, for the first time, have a moment of clarity. For the first time, I have what is it? Where allowing the left brain exhaustion. It's maybe monkey mind is a good way. For the Eastern. Yeah, that was the other thing. There's still some of the practice. I definitely have some meditative stuff that I still hang on to, but just the vocabulary hanging out, listening to the Watts lectures and stuff. That's a lot of that's fallen away. So just this past week, thinking about this conversation, it's been fun to get back into. But anyway, so that moment was a question of wherever the voice came from within me, from out, from the one universe, the one verse. It said, "What do you want?" Finally broke down on that. Is what do you want? What do you care about? What are you loving? What do you desire? And that's pretty much the launching point of the change of my life. Was that moment? Get chills thinking about it. That moment on that jail cell was, and it sounds crazy to say that, that simple. And I think I'd like to think that could be relatable to other people in the throes of it. Hopefully, I'm sure a lot of people in TLC have overcome or in a good space, but you never know. There's also something I mentioned to you about talking about the meaning crisis and deaths of despair. That I think we kind of can gloss over that a little bit in this corner of the internet, and it's nothing to be glossed over. But the point is if you can get to that moment, to that question, to that soul wrenching, what are you doing? What are you aiming at? And anyways, that there was an answer. Insanely, there was an answer, and it was to be good. It was, you know, it was an abstract normative vision. It was to be a good uncle. You know, I have nephews and nieces, and so
Gotcha.
that was the first moment. You know, that was the first moment of direct experience. That was the first moment of really realizing the phenomenological embodiment. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the goals, the propositions, the chatter, all the categories, all the constructs in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
In that moment, there that they they dissolve. They no longer, you know, they talk about nirvana can't be reached, nirvana this, you know, and I think that the Pajarian fractal, you know, this Christian fractal has really given me more insight as I look back on, because I think there was a whatever the whatever the hint or glimpse I got in that moment, that's what sent me on for the next, you know, 2 or 3 years on a spiritual journey, on a wisdom journey. And then basically what happens where the Eastern stuff comes in, it's very, very funny. Thank you, Manny. It's very funny. It's one of my best friends, mixed fella from the South, North Florida. Shout out Corey Thomas. I had done about a year, uh, you know, on my own, and he was so proud of me. He was a truck driver, so he'd make sure he would come into Jacksonville and visit me when he could, and stay on my couch in my little crappy 1 bedroom apartment shack, and you know. But he would do it, and anyways, he wanted to encourage me, and this timeline also is important a little bit for my story, at least, because this is 2016 Christmas. So a lot of crazy stuff had just happened a month ago, but I'm only a year into really getting my life together. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
barely peeking up into reality, even noticing that stuff. And anyways, this is about 3 weeks before Christmas is this story that I'm telling you. And he comes over, he visits me, because I say that because there was a Christmas incident, or a Christmas experience back with the family that really was just another, the next domino in this story. Anyways, and so he wants to show me this video, this self-help video, you know, this motivational video, and it's an Alan Watts video.
Okay.
And I tell him to this day, I say, Corey, you have no idea that you threw me into Buddhism and just walked away laughing. Like, you never. It really tickles me. It's so beautiful too. Like, if you know if you know some Alan Watts, you know
Oh yeah.
the joy of existence, you know, the laughter of, you know, the comedy of existence. It's just anyways,
Yeah.
it's very fitting how that happened. Showed me a couple of the little montage clipped out, you know, where you get some of the real good meaty mantras and you know, sayings that he really just kind of he strips your identity. I mean, I have them saved on my YouTube profile right now. But anyways, I say that because, you know, fast forward to 3 months later, I'm, you know, on my 2.5-3 mile runs every day. I'm listening to lectures. I'm going on walks, listening to Alan Watts hour-long lectures. You know, I go full head into it.
Okay.
And one thing I want to highlight here is, I mentioned it earlier with the Buddhism cog sci stuff, and that comes in later when I meet John Vervaeke, is that I was raised in a Catholic Christian family, but we were very secularized, very scientific,
Gotcha.
respecting, you know, very much a part of the culture. And so that seamless interface was very appealing to me. I remembered the detail I wanted to highlight was, I remembered in science class in whatever fourth, fifth, you know, whatever, when they described what is it? They described cold as the lack of heat, right? The scientific definition, right? And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, there's some way that's a circle in my little fifth grade brain. I'm like, there's a circular, you know, there's a circularity there, you know, that is dumbfounding to me. And then so when you enter into these Eastern traditions that are wrestling with or acknowledging the duality, you know, and kind of this implicit, you know, the magic word in the West here is consciousness, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I think I think I hadn't gotten to the whole embodied consciousness that cognitive science really hits you with, that the incarnate in flesh like really captured my heart with that side of it. But you know, I have this thing called profound implicits that I've been really meditating on, and I think John Vervaeke has this term called hyper priors. And so I think there's just ways that there's such profound presuppositions that you got to you got to just keep in the back of your abstractive space or abstractive structure, that it's almost impossible to keep track of them all. And so I think that there was some of that this magical consciousness, this magical entity that I am, was stuck in this middle of this duality of always, am I hot? Am I cold? Am I mad? Am I upset? And this is the way I always laugh. I said I wasn't a visual thinker, but I described that very geometric vision I have for the Neoplatonic stuff, and that kind of evolved. Like I said, it was a seamless transition. So that somewhat evolved from this visual image I have of the I call, the human the human experience, the human entity standing on the line of the yin and yang, right? Standing on the duality, right? And I
Right.
always said with my saying was with a lean towards the good.
Mm-hmm.
I want my balance, my happy balance with a lean towards my healthy balance with a lean towards the good. I even had a mantra that I wrote out. Should have found that before I got it, but it was evolved around this notion of my healthy balance. This Western idiosyncratic Buddhism, which we'll kind of just put a pin in because this is where. Excuse me. My computer's asking it to restart 1 second, so let me get this out of here. All right, I think we're
And
okay.
if for some reason you end up dropping, just pop back in. We're good. So yeah.
No. I just lost my train of thought with that though.
So idiosyncratic Western Buddhism.
Yes. Okay, exactly, and that comes back in because that's kind of where the domino of the Christianity comes back, where Pajot pushes you, and the other traditions. There's some stories. I have some experience if you're trying to go to a sangha, trying to go out to. There was some temples there in Jacksonville that I ventured out to. Just didn't work out. A couple different anomaly scenarios. My disposition, just the anxiety kind of fell through, and the ending of that story is I end up going to a church service early on, like an hour before, where there's people milling around, and I just start practicing pick up my practices there, and then sort of my Eastern my explicit Eastern practices fall off, and I start adopting more of the Western, just going to church more often. That's where that story happens. That's about 2.5 years ago. But so I just said that because when I'm sitting here putting all this street wisdom together and trying to figure out a worldview in this, upside down toxic culture that we got going on,
Mm-hmm.
the way the East was able to really synthesize in with that, like I said, that Buddhism and cog science, the way those are being curated for our youth right now in our colleges, like there's a reason there. That's what I would just say to double click on that if you're curious, and it's because this, I think, I'll put at my edge of my thought here, my cards on the table. I think it's because of this this mysterious nature of the conscious phenomenon. Okay, and the East really has that, right? They really focus on, hey, there's this implicit conscious illusory phenomena, and then you have these dual stimuli, these dual realities, these dual natures that you're always contending with. And I think the wisdom there, and my understanding, is to acknowledge the contending. It's not that you're going to ever not suffer. It's to have this deep embodied recognition and surrendering of, hey, suffering is around, and then you can navigate and have that more zen way of life, right? It's the reality. Existence is going to come. It's going to have its waves and troughs and its peaks and valleys, and you want to, the way I had banged it out was, you want to keep your healthy balance. I had these two poles, genuine and gross. I felt, whenever my chakras, my phenomenological experience was harmonized, I could tell, like, hey, I'm moving right. Now, there's a little caveat here with something. Shout out Mark Lefebvre, who's something he says, the gauge theory of existence. And so this is also kind of pins into, you need a sangha, you need a community to kind of what you can still have this this feeling, this phenomenological intuition that things are going good, that you are on this right path, but if there's no other way to judge, it's this hard measurement problem. And
Mm-hmm.
but nevertheless, that was kind of the model I had on. I would be able to judge, and I didn't have the phenomenological nomenclature at that time, but
Mm-hmm.
but I was able to navigate life and realize, like, hey, here are the dichotomies, here are the tensions, here are these creative tonoses and polarities, right? That man is always under. Didn't have all that language either, but the realizing, the acknowledgement, and the awareness of those, and then the participation with who I am in a dance, in a game, to shout out Alan Watts, in a game with this existence, with these with this these stimuli, these dynamics of reality, that I have to entertain, that I have to wrestle, that I have to navigate through. That was where the bliss came from me. That was where that was the goods for me. It was this, hey, it was my first steps into a spiritual life. It was able to subsume the political, which was very important for this time. This is 2016, 2017, 2018.
Mm-hmm.
2019, 2020, I think, is when I find John Vervaeke, and I get much more serious into the philosophy stuff, and I start taking more serious, not just a psychological take on the Bible that Jordan Peterson had provided, right? That
Mm-hmm.
still was very seamless. I mean, the whole order and chaos stuff. I mean, that where my little Western smorgasbord of Eastern philosophies, that fit right in. I mean, that was 1000% on the money for the worldview I was really wrestling with and trying to embody. But I didn't take that next step as much serious, and this is why I give Vervaeke all the credit. There's some details on. I was already getting my life together when I found Peterson, so that wasn't the pull for me. Peterson
Mm-hmm.
was more of an affirmation for me. Was more of a keep going, bud. But when I found Vervaeke stuff, the cognitive science stuff, that was the I'm still head over heels. That was the transformative stuff for me. That was the connecting all the dots to where I could make all these more jiu-jitsu moves. That's where I took the philosophy much more serious. That's where the story comes into the one gets introduced, and I'm seeing these parallels. And I think we touched on this in our previous conversation, or the times we've engaged a little bit on the peculiar, mysterious similarities of the profound emptiness of shunyata, and the divine participation of the one. I mean, and so on this journey, there was still a very serious need for philosophical rigor, cognitive seriousness. It wasn't a lot of the mystic was there because I think. I mean, I'll put my cards on the table. I think this notion of consciousness is this Western secular sciencey notion of consciousness. I think it's hilarious. I think it's just another hand wave. I think they get a lot away with murder with that term. And so I think I was doing a lot of the new age stuff of, like, we're all stardust, kind of stuff. Once you can deconstruct those categories, it's all kind of up in the air at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was a little bit of that magic always there. And so, once I got into the brass tacks of how mysterious and paradoxical our cognition is, how mysterious and paradoxical our interfaces with reality, as goes combinatory explosivity. Once I read, Metaphors We Live By, I think everybody should read Metaphors We Live By. I was just kind of able, the way I describe it is, I was able to make the final jiu-jitsu move that John Vervaeke seems to not want to, or seems to not make. And that once I was able to see that, here's where I kind of want to tag in Pajot too, right? Because I think Pajot might be more Zen than he even realized, and he probably doesn't want to realize that. But I say Pajot is the most. Pajot got me to understand phenomenology more than anybody. And I don't know how he, and I probably should meditate on exactly how he did it, because he just beat me over the head with symbols and imagery enough. So I was just like, oh, okay, I get it. And there's some of that with John Vervaeke's series, where he really, gets into the serious cognitive science on symbolism and how metaphorical your cognition is, and how
Yeah.
reality is so complex and combinatorial explosive. We have to just put these entities together. We have to piece make these entities together, so we have some semblance of pragmatics, and some semblance of hitting the mark, truth, but so I would say the way I did it was, if at the end of the day I can take all the narratives and deconstruct them as, wherever these narratives in a temporal in a timeline came up, whether it's the science, whether it's the evolution, whether it's the nationalism, I can sit here and deconstruct all these narratives and all these categories into where just you come out is, shout out Peugeot, you emerge, you deconstruct all the way down to you emerge back up as just a phenomenological entity. You are just the phenomenological experience. By the way, this is very Zen again. This very direct experience, right? And the right construal, and with the right sincerity. This is very much how you can see how all the dialectics fail. All the categories can dialectically be pulled apart, and until you get to this direct experience thing, right? And so basically, the way I was able to do it was, if what is supreme is my as a phenomenological entity, how I relate to myself, others in the world, so relationality. And if the most profound relationality I have experienced as this phenomenological entity is the relation to another human, I can make the jump to a humanistic relation to the sacred. And then there's one more piece with man, it's escape. There's one more piece where, if okay, so yes, excuse me, I blended them. Excuse me. So it's the realization of metaphorical cognation, how profound that is. So to realize that if there's any entity, any notion that I'm going to describe as the sacred, I'm already at a metaphorical stance. And then
Right.
the relationality as most profound, I just distilled those together, and I felt I was in the Christian space at that point, and in my what I call a philosophical rigorous journey. And then it tags into the I'm an Italian American raised Catholic. I got grandmothers and great grandmothers that would love to see me in a Catholic church. And this surrendering to the mysterious nature of reality, I've for the past 2 years I've been participating in that. And that's kind of, I try to do it somewhat short.
No, it's great, and I definitely, I wanted to just let you roll with it. A couple of things stick out. I think, in some senses, like, yeah, I can really identify like those bottom moments. So I'm bipolar, and so I've had the pleasure of many bottom moments in my life, and they're always very instructive in terms of uh, we tend to try to build our life based on the framework that we're within, right? And oftentimes in that, as we're doing that, we don't realize that we aren't even building on the right foundation, right? So we kind of build our little towers of Babel, and then they get knocked down. And one of the most liberating questions that I've learned to ask is just, what if, right? So, like, what if I'm right? Sure, that's cool. What if I'm wrong? That's fine too, right? And there's always the openness to, in my context, I've kind of grown up in a God saturated, reality. There's not really been I don't think I've ever really gone through a period of deep questioning on God's existence. Definitely plenty of questions about his goodness, but his existence has always just been somewhat of a given for me. But that doesn't mean that, he doesn't let us kind of roll around and get ourselves into some trouble, and get lost so we can get found again. And so, as I'm hearing your story, I think that what like is very deeply resonant within it is it's always ultimately some deeper and maybe more transcendent need or desire that ultimately drives us, right? And sometimes you have to get to the place where you can locate that, because we can crowd it out with just day-to-day life and the BS that we accumulate as a result, right? The real suffering that Buddha talks about, right? That arises from this multiplication of desires leads to, additional suffering. Are you still there? I'm seeing you frozen. Okay. So Matthew, if you can hear me, just go ahead and jump back in once you kind of get things sorted out there. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do a little reading from good old Thomas Merton. He's got a awesome. I'll pull you out here, and then maybe we'll bring some other people in here in a minute. But the section I'm going to go ahead and read from here, and I may have to back up with Matthew once he jumps in, just depending on what the situation turns out to be. So Merton's book is called Zen and the Birds of Appetite, and it's just his kind of cross comparison in Zen Buddhism and Christianity, and where the points of contact are. And one of the things I like about Merton is he's such a clear, lucid writer with just a phenomenal grasp on anything that he touches on. It's very well researched, but there's a deep spiritual depth that is at the heart of what he writes. So he's discussing a Japanese philosopher by the name of Kitaro Nishida, and I'm going to go ahead and read from here. Oh, good. Matthew's listening via the phone, so he's just rebooting his laptop, and he'll jump back in. So this will be a good point for me to go ahead and do a little bit of an extended read, and then we'll jump back in and discuss more. So Kitaro Nishida, like I said, Zen philosopher, kind of writing in a context that is advancing Zen philosophy in the context of kind of a modern Western context post World War II. And so Nishida, says Thomas Merton, Nishida is concerned with the primary structure of consciousness and seeks to preserve the unity that exists between the consciousness and the outer world reflected in it. The starting point of Nishida is pure experience, a direct experience. Reading Merton right now. Is pure experience, or a direct experience of undifferentiated unity, which is quite the opposite of the starting point of Descartes in his Cogito. Descartes finds his basic intuition in the reflexive self-awareness of the individual thinking subject, standing, as it were, outside of and apart from other objects of knowledge. Go ahead and pull you in here. We got Matthew's back. So I'm just continuing to read here. So from the starting point of reflexive thought, the subject takes the abstract concepts of itself and of its own being as object, cogito ergo sum. For Nishida, as in other contexts, he's referring to Maritain, the Catholic philosopher. But for Nishida, what comes first is the unifying intuition of the basic unity of subject and object in being, or a deep grasp of life in its existential concreteness at the base of consciousness. This basic unity is not an abstract concept, but being itself, charged with the dynamism of spirit and of love. In this sense, one might venture to say that Nishida's starting point is sum ergo cogito. But one must always take this with a tantalizing grain of Zen salt. I am, but who is this I? The fundamental reality is neither external nor internal, objective nor subjective. It is prior to all differentiations and contradictions. Zen calls it emptiness, shunyata, or suchness. The mature grasp of the primordial emptiness in which all things are one is prajna, or wisdom. This wisdom is the direct experience not of the one and the absolute in the abstract, but of the self, or the Buddha nature. For this reason, for this unitive awareness, which Nishida sees as a union of love, he uses the term spirit. Nishida is too good of a Zen man to simply reduce everything to an abstract original unity and leave it to dissolve there. This is, as he repeatedly says, this would be a betrayal of reality and of life. Out of the original undifferentiated oneness of pure experience, contradictions must develop, and through conflict and contradiction, the mind and the will of man must work their way strenuously to a higher unity in which the primitive direct experience is now manifest on a higher level. Here, contradictions and conflicts are resolved in a transcendent unity, which is, in fact, a religious experience. Nishida uses the term mystical to describe it. Other Zen writers have avoided this particular term, which they consider misleading. Perhaps the most original and most revolutionary aspect of Nishida's thought is, at least from the Buddhist perspective, his personalism. The conclusion of his A Study of Good is that, in fact, the highest good is the good of the person. This may seem at first sight to be a direct contradiction of the basic tenets of the Buddhist religion. Buddha taught that all evil is rooted in ignorance, which makes us take our individual ego as our true self. But Nishida is not confusing the person with the external individual self, nor is the person for him simply the subject related to various objects, or even to God as in an I-thou relationship. The root of personality is to be sought in the true self, which is manifested in the basic unification of consciousness in which the subject and object are one. Hence, the highest good is the self's fusion with the highest reality. Human personality is regarded as the force which affects this fusion. The hopes and desires of the external individual self are all, in fact, opposed to this higher unity. They are centered on the affirmation of the individual. It is only at the point where the hopes and fears of the individual self are done away with and forgotten that the true human personality appears. In a word, realization of the human personality in its highest spiritual sense is for us the good toward which all life is oriented. It is even the absolute good insofar as the human personality is, for Nishida, intimately and probably even essentially related to the personality of God. This is another quite revolutionary thesis in Buddhism. Nishida definitely and clearly states that the deepest demand of man's heart, or the religious demand, is the quest for the personal God. This demand does not lead to the ultimate satisfaction of individual aspirations. On the contrary, it requires their sacrifice and death. The individual self must cease to assert himself as the center of unification and of consciousness. God himself, the personal God, is the deepest center of consciousness and unification. Remember the use of this expression by St. John of the Cross. To fully realize this, not by quietistic annihilation and immersion, but by the active and creative awareness of love, it is our highest good. So anyway,
that was very impressive. What can you tell me what that was read from one more time?
Yeah, so this is Zen and the Birds of Appetite by Thomas Merton.
Okay, by Thomas Merton.
It's his like cross comparative study between Christian mysticism and Zen Buddhism.
Yeah, I've just skimmed some Nishida. I did not know the personal God part, and they mentioned what it engineering. That's beautiful. I have heard some of that. Some of the more intricate the more intricacies of the ritual that is the Orthodox Jewish life. I have heard from being in TLC. It's fascinating. I've just skimmed some Nishida, so I just wanted to highlight the revolutionary. That was a radical take. That as goes the Eastern traditions, right? That very personal relationship. That was beautiful. But that encourages me. And I'll give it back to is because of where my journey went, right? That last jujitsu, I don't know why that's the way I image it, but that last roll that I made to get into the personal, like that, he just described it. And then the one thing else that made me think of, because this was a pivotal essay that I read, and this is all for, one of my other tags is fellow of John Vervaeke, Grizz can shove it. I love you, Grizz. But anyways, I can't remember his first name. Suzuki is the philosopher, and he's very much on the Zen Neoplatonist topic. And the quote was, I'm gonna butcher. The gist of the quote was that the pinnacle, the aim of of the Zen tradition is to take that the realm of desire, right? We have this, we're in this desire, right? This, and he was familiar with both the Western tradition as well. So he uses the terminology. He says to take that desire, that eros, the love of eros, the centered from the self out, and to invert it, into spin it into the egopic. How is the world relevant to me? To how can I be relevant to the world? And it's, I mean, that if that's not where you can see that the Zen and the Neoplatonist just can touch, or can just pivot, or has a fulcrum, or then maybe I'm the crazy person, but that was one of the home runs that I was just like, wow, there it is, there it is. And then also, this, just to go one level deeper, this also ties into controversial fringe, what some people say fringe, I enjoy, Enriquez, in Greg Enriquez style hypotheses on how human cognition arises, right? How the maternal notion of this self, and having to protect, to protect my entity and my goods, to becoming a mother, and becoming a part, a self-sacrificing member of a community to make sure the community arrives. It's right. It's this eros into a god. It's this what my desire into, the way I did it in my Eastern journey, my smorgasbord of Eastern traditions. The way I did it was I did construal theory with the notion of selfishness. Right. The proper selfishness is to realize I want what's best for everybody else. That's still selfishness. I want what's best for the greater. Right. So it's this selfishness that empties itself. Right. It turns this eros into agape. Go ahead.
Interesting. Yeah, when I read Merton, he discusses D.T. Suzuki, and then I have read a really great little book. Actually, I've got the title right here. I think I've shown it around a little bit. There we go. Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. Here, I'll go ahead and pull that back. Is by Shinryu Suzuki, a great little handbook, essentially, on Zen practice and kind of what it's all about and what it's not about. And is when I look at when I came to Zen, so like my foray into Zen was actually through some recovery groups. So there's some Buddhist based recovery groups, and as recovering addicts, we tend to create suffering, right? I mean, suffering is a given in the world, but we tend to create our own. And I was kind of looking for something a little bit different than an AA group. And so that was kind of my entrance into that. And then I've got some friends. There's a guy down here that heads up a Buddhist temple called Dharma Bums. And it's, and his whole thing is he wants to bring Buddhism into a Western context. So he's not a very doctrinaire Buddhist. So they'll use a bunch of different Buddhist forms of meditation. And he's not particularly, I think he comes out of, more of the Mahayana strand of Buddhism, but, he's not very attached one way or the other to, a particular school of thought. But as I began encountering the Zen forms, and encountering the emptiness, and I always found that very difficult. Like my practice is probably more of, my main practice is probably more of a tantric embodied practice, incorporating chakras and meditation that in a sense I think I've described here is a kind of an embodied practice of internalizing the realities of the temple as they're presented to us in scripture, and taking very seriously the body as the temple.
That's beautiful.
But I struggled with Zen simply because the silence is it can be very terrifying, right? Especially for a guy whose my mind is moving a million miles a second all the time. And I realized as I began experimenting with the Zen forms about a year ago is that this was an antidote to something inside of me that needed to die. Right. And it was kind of this identification with my psychological empirical self, or the ego, that is always moving and always trying to figure out, hey, what's best for the world. And so we're trying to solve the world's problems from, the vantage point of our own subjectivity. And in doing so, we tend to, just accelerate that cycle of samsara and the karmic cycle, essentially, right? We're just stacking more into it. And I think the seeds were there. I think there was a poem I had written kind of riffing off of T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, right? Where, how does the world end, with a bang or a whimper, is like the question he raises in the poem. And for me, like, how does the world end? It's with somebody's good idea, right? It's like we tend to think that it's like our ideas that are going to save, like my brilliant idea is going to be the thing that's going to help the world see what it needs to see to become what I think it needs to be, so I can feel at home in it and not so alienated from it, and those kinds of things. So in that emptying practice that Zen is, and I found I think I found like a perfect counterpart to Zen in Meister Eckhart, like very, very similar in terms of the way that they're framing them, the way that Eckhart frames the Grund, and that Zen notion of shunyata. They're so similar, right?
Self-empty, very self-emptying.
Right. Is to allow those things to, it's not like we lose the ego or the ego dissolves. In my experience, is that it's set aside. Right. I mean, we have it's kind of the passenger. It's not a great driver of the car, but it's a great passenger. It's what we experience with, and all those kinds of things. But to get beyond that into something more primordial, that it's difficult to articulate. But I think from a Christian standpoint, it began to help me grapple with the whole kenotic process for Jesus in his own self-emptying, and his call for the Christian to do the same. It gave me a framework to approach this in a way that has helped me, I think, personally grow in terms of my own connectedness to God. And it actually enhances that tantric practice as well, because that's more of a practice in the fullness. That's more of a pleromic type of a practice. And this one is more of a kenotic type of a practice. And I find that in between them, I've been able to arrive at not just like the pleromic experience can be quite visionary for me. Like, I'm a very visual thinker. I think in images. And so imagistic and symbolic thinking comes very easily to me, but you wipe those away a little bit and I get nervous. But learning that, like, beneath, there's something unitive in the symbolic world that is kind of a meta level beneath that, or a transcendent level above that, kind of in both layers. And
beyond the symbol or something.
Right. There's something that's being signified in the symbol that goes beyond the ability to articulate. But I found that, coming from I come from a very conservative Christian background, right? Conservative Protestant Baptist-ish type of an upbringing. So all these Eastern forms were, viewed with a high degree of suspicion, from the vantage point that I grew up within. But there was a profound experience for me back in 2015. And one of the things that I was able to find was I was able to see Christ in everything in this experience. Like, it was just Christ as logos is immanent in all things. And so one of the big takeaways from that experience was that I can experience Christ basically anywhere, in any good thing, right? And he's present in the goodness of other faith traditions, other philosophical understandings. It's not like I'm trying to figure out where Christianity is right and these other traditions are wrong, but learning essentially, like, how can the wisdom of these other traditions, whatever they may be, help me come to a clearer and better and more wonderful vision of Christ, who's to me is at the center of all things.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So, learn that experience. I mean, that's, I know we're kind of ranging here, but those experiences for me were part of what drew me into kind of more of that Dharmic tradition, right? Which is more focused on that experience and less about just the cognitive doctrinaire aspects of Christianity. And I needed that in some sense.
And I actually see a harmonization of both of those aspects
Oh yeah.
from where I sat, because, and first I want to acknowledge, first of all, that was beautiful. And I want to acknowledge it. It's from where I just experienced that story, um, some of your journey. It was, it was made, it was made for you, this, do the Christian thing. It was very providential.
Mhm.
And I can relate to that. And, some of the ego, very much like you said, needing to calm the monkey mind, right? That I think it was a little bit of what you're gesturing at, right?
Mhm.
I relate with the ego aspect of it, and then the other part of for me was, I'm just gonna grappling with what I had, grappling with where I was at in life. I want to kind of be very gentle and careful here, but grappling with the reality on the ground, and the superpower that that I don't want to say it's some kind of that this journey, that these traditions afforded me. Yeah, and and there's, you go into the history and stuff, and just like anything, it gets into the weeds with more practice based traditions versus more doctrinal traditions, more principled, but and then all the muck in between. But what I would say is, there, where I see the harmony there is, for me, is one of the, where I still get into the Zen Christian, why I is the deconstruction is never left. I say Protestants change the world. I'm a Zen Christian. I'm as Protestant as any of them. You can
Mhm.
you can tear away the story. You can peel away. You can always notice that the the narrative that is being presented, it's not in it's not full, right? The reality is too complex. There's way too many variables. There's way too much unknowns. There's way too much corruption and sin. There's and so there's almost a harmonization of, you can, because in a way that is a serious way of engaging with the principles, with the doctrines, but it's also a liberation from the principles and the doctrines. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Right. And the way I've come to look at doctrine is I look at doctrine as kind of analogous in the empirical process to theory,
Mhm.
right? And it's not quite to the point of law, right? I mean, there's maybe a few things creedally that Christians would ascribe to, like, this is well established fact. And it's a theoretical framework, and theories are solid. Like, there's a solidity to a good theory, like the theory of general relativity. It's a well established theory. It may not be the final, give a final accounting for physics, but it gives a good accounting for physics, right? Um, and so when I look at doctrine in that respect, it's not to try to say everything kind of blends into this indistinct one thing, and it's whatever you think is cool, man, kind of like my hippie leanings. But what I find what I find in the doctrine is a good starting point, at least in terms of the rational process. But that rational process is really one element of knowing, and if it becomes the only element of knowing, what you're really interacting with is a set of abstract principles, where, like, the Zen emphasis is on that concrete reality of experience,
Yes, yes.
right?
Yeah. And
And
even to the extreme of the sudden, right, the first time explosive experience of profound insight, right?
yeah, yeah. And where somebody was putting something up here. Jeremy was popping in. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Um, but yeah, the doctrinal piece is, there's a few things that I take as axiomatic, right?
Mhm,
Is
mhm.
Nicene Creed, Chalcedonian definition, Apostles' Creed. These are really the core doctrinal formula that I do hold to. I mean, when we confess the creed in church, I mean it. But beyond that, I don't have a huge attachment to any particular system. I feel like they're useful, right? But they're not the thing,
The way
right? They're
go, go ahead. The way
the abstraction is not a substitute for the reality. You know what
yes,
I mean?
right. Yeah, and this is very much the Zen still in my heart is I participate in the doctrines and the rituals and in the liturgy, and I take them very seriously.
Right.
I'm participating as fully as I'm full participation. But the most supreme, the most profound in my journey, in my the hierarchy of my worldview, um, is the experience. Is am I embodying the message of Christ? At the end of the day, if you question me about this historical thing, this event, this person, did they embody did they embody the message and story of Christ? That's where I landed on the Zen Christian synthesis of how is this directly how am I directly engaging interfacing with this phenomenological experience as a phenomenological entity? That's the money for me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that in that realm of phenomenology, one of the things that I find very useful, and this is Hegel's sense of the role of contradiction in the phenomenological unfolding of reality, right? And
Yes.
in the unfolding of Geist is the final movement before being returns to itself is through contradiction. And you can push that too far, I'm sure. But one of the things
Oh,
I felt like,
I nitpick the heck out of Hegel. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, and I mean, you can make Hegel into anything you want him to be.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of the allure of Hegel and the peril of Hegel, right? But when I was reading on contradiction, and that this is a part of the unveiling of essential reality, right? It made me think of Christ's cry of dereliction from the cross, right? Is that, like, in a sense, what we get at the cross is God doing a lot of things that, at least at the level doctrinally, in our doctrinal formulations of God and the divine nature, is something that God really can't do,
Yes.
right? And we see in that moment of, whether you want to call it an ontological contradiction or not, fine, I'm not too hung up on it, but just look at the contradictory realities there is, the immortal, indivisible, simple, living reality that is God is also in Christ crying out to God, why have you forsaken me?
God.
Right.
Yes.
And then undergoing death. Right. And so in that final moment of contradiction is we have the full divine disclosure of God returning back to God as the other. Right.
That's
And
beautiful.
it is that there is there's this, and I wouldn't say like these are ontological contradictions. I don't pretend that that's the case, but I do think that there's something profound in in that reality that the cross presents to us. Is it's the bringing together of these oppositional realities into like one seamless whole, and it allows us to approach then, like, I think, contradictions in the world around us or in our own personal lives in a conciliatory way,
Mhm.
right? So, I could take, from my perspective as like a recovering drunk, right? Is, there's always this thirst or this hunger or this craving underneath the desire to go out and have a drink, right? There's some presence that's always there, maybe more or less depending on when you ask me. And, if you go for years of sobriety, it tends to wane, but it's always there. It's latent. And it's oftentimes quite contradictory to, the aspirations to live in a noble, pure, upright spiritual life, right? But what I've learned is that underneath that thirst and that craving, there is something there, right? Is there's kind of this there's this desire for a negation, right? There's a desire to be undone, or to loose yourself from yourself, right? To lose yourself in some way. And what I've had to learn through that process of kind of dealing with addiction, mental illness, is that that self-negating quality that sometimes will manifest itself pathologically can have healthy manifestations too, where you learn to let go of yourself. And uh, and that you, and in some senses, you just don't take yourself quite as seriously, right? That that's kind of a liberation moment when you can realize, when you can laugh at yourself a little bit. You can look at those, whatever those drives and hungers and cravings are. You can look underneath it and see, well, that's signifying a deeper longing, right? Because you're, even in the bad stuff we do, we're trying to get some sort of good effect or good result. It's just that we're going about it in the wrong way. So learning to kind of embrace those contradictions, and learn where the negation point is. Like, well, underneath this desire for me to go out and have a drink, there's a deeper desire underneath that is signifying a deeper longing for God, right?
Yeah, this to where that landed for me. I think, first of all, with the contradiction thing, I think it's 1000%. And Luke just blew up in my mind, because he is one of those that sits in the pair. Because where I take that is it's realizing, that this, first of all, the scene you describe in the Bible, I marked down as, I think that's one of the most profound lines in the Bible.
Right.
It really messes with me. And I think, I'm not blowing smoke up your skirt. I told you I think you're a brilliant mind. I think you really articulated well what probably that scene is trying to symbolize. The ultimate of the dialect, the ultimate of the ultimate synthesis, the ultimate of the dialectic, right? And then, but then almost on the other end of it, I don't know why it seems counterintuitive, but where you said, when you say, you get to one of your deeper, darkest desires, right? And so you want to peel the dialectic part of that to get below one level lower, and it's almost this yearning for connection. And then the way landed for me is, as it sits on the fractal nature of reality, as I'm reading this book, Heidegger, Neoplatonism and the History of Being, and it describes the one as pure relationality. And the way it does that is, like I said, on the layer of fractal, this desire to connection, the desire to negate yourself is how you describe it, your precise words. But anyways, the point is relationality relating to itself, relating upon, right? It doesn't come off the tongue as a direct negation dialectic, but there's something in there where it's almost, because it's, like I said, it's the first instantiation, it's the first move of the one. It's this yearning for connection, and the only way it can do is to turn on itself. And so, and from the human stance at the bottom of the fractal, and just the way I'm imagining it, that comes off as a negation, right? Is to turn on ourselves, is to peel apart that identity that we are having to get to that one layer, that one layer lower, that ground. That's where that hit, man. And I think it also reminded me of the Chad's comment. Shout out Chad, the alcoholic, of seeking connection with the highest power. Like, at the end of the day, I ain't meditated on that, or I haven't contemplated on that. I want to be more careful with my words. I haven't contemplated that one as I should have when he hit me with that. But yeah, I think there's some real Christian and AA. He's always speaking AA. There's some real wisdom behind that. If you peel away, you get to that ultimate desire, and that ultimate desire is to be connected with the ultimate. And
Right.
whether you see that as the fractal at the bottom of this human existence of trying to figure out who am I, this mystery of the self, the most familiar phenomenon, yet the most dumbfounding,
Right.
and that right there, I feel like that's an exemplification, toot my own head, that's an exemplification there. You to sit in this paradox,
Yeah.
our essence is paradoxical.
Right. And there's that negative way. And I think that the experience of the negative way, if I could put it in a concrete way, in the contemplative process, right? So, and I have to do this. And it's just, for me, some of this stuff is like actually kind of life and death, because if I don't stay in a healthy space, it can, things can go off the rails for me. Um, is the degree to which I identify myself with my own ego or my own psychological self-understanding with those desires. Right. So continue with the drink. Right. As soon as I identify myself with that impulse of I want to drink, I always have to ask the question of who is the I that wants this, and what is it that you really want? Right. Um, and so that way of negation is, well, do I want to drink? Or am I angry, or am I frustrated? And it's this identification that has to be negated, right? Is, well, if I have some sense of the true self, right? My true self, thirsty right now. Is my true self upset and pouting right now? And, those kinds of things. And you realize it's like, well, no, I feel this impulse to do this, but there may be a desire underneath that desire to drink is that desire for maybe to lose yourself in some sort of ecstasy, or to, those kinds of things. Those aren't necessarily bad desires, right? It is, to, in some sense, it's still underneath every desire is the longing for God. It's just that we misappropriate those desires, and we mistake them, and we internalize them in ways that drive us to all kinds of pathological behaviors.
And to do the I'm the John Vervaeke nerd. It's to do the John Vervaeke thing. It's we allow that co-identification process to go off on its own, right? It's there is no escaping the co-identification, but the wisdom, the goal is to recognize the process of co-identification and realize, like, okay, this is because here's the thing, to again the JV move, because this is what I was getting excited. You can go one step further. You can go even weirder, Jed. You could say, and now who is the self that is questioning about who is the self that is thirsty? Who is the, you can just keep stepping back, and it will always uh, 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 be beyond your grasp. It's just, it's beyond mysterious, man. It's beyond mysterious. I love this stuff. I love talking about it, man. It's,
Yeah. Well, and it's like there's like kind of this bidirectionality of regress to the 0 point, and this progress to the highest, most transcendent. And you're both, in some sense, it's a different ways of experiencing God, right? Is when you're going through that regressive negation, what you arrive at is like this awareness that beneath all desire is God. And if you're progressing in maybe this outstretching sort of way toward God, is the realization, once again, that the summit of the experience is also the desire to experience and to know God. And I think that, like, one of the things when we're talking about the question of consciousness itself, and why, a lot of modern theories of consciousness fail, is I think they fail because they're trying to look for like a measurable. If I were to identify where consciousness begins, it actually begins in love, right? And kind of like the Nishida material I was reading from Merton elucidates, it's prior to the subject and object, and it's actually the connective tissue between the subject and the object. And I think that is something that's signified if we look at, there's a way of looking at like what's happening in Eden as kind of presenting two different versions of reality to us, and we chose the wrong one, right?
wow.
Is that tree of life, I think, it is, it signifies wisdom, it signifies love, it signifies, I think, that subject object, or a masculine feminine, a complementary dualism.
Transjectiveness.
Right. There's a complementarity there that is, its first movement is love, and then the two appear.
Good
Right.
and evil.
Well, but the good and evil is in some sense a failed negation, right? The true good has no negation; it's not
Amen.
negatable,
Amen.
right?
Amen.
But there's a lower level
Mm-hmm.
of good and evil that
It's
we acquiesce to, that is, it's a perception of good, it's a perception of evil.
comprehensible.
Right.
Yeah, it's graspable to the left. It's at the human level. That was my intuition. Go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah.
it just feels like like you said, if there was two modes of being presented and we chose the wrong one, we chose to forget that the tree of life, of love, of being, of wisdom should be the master, and not to sit here and chase the judgment, the having mode of is this good, is this bad, is this good, is this evil, and and with the shame and the shame and sin that comes with all those co-identifications. Now that if if I'm in the scenario and have to this, we didn't get to touch on the exhale stuff. That was a big notion for me on my but this release, this exhale into the surrendering of, there's always going to be a navigation problem. There's always going to be this co-identification agent arena relationship that I have to I have to both deal with, but also recognize that is not the supreme frame. And that's where it landed for me with the two trees. This Garden of Eden presenting two realities. I don't know if that's where you're taking it though.
Yeah, well, let's Mark. One of our resident. He certainly has some. He's certainly steeped in Dharmic wisdom.
Yeah.
But so he referencing Galatians 2:20. I wanted to kind of play with that a little bit. Maybe we can bring some people in. I'll drop the link, and if you guys want to jump in and just kind of riff with Matthew and I for, I got another hour or so. I can drop here, and then so if I were to condense what Galatians 2:20 that says, "I have been crucified with Christ, is no longer I who live, but Christ lives in me. In the life that I now live, I live by faith in the Son of God who loves me and delivered himself up for me." Right. So that first clause, I have been crucified with Christ. It is no longer I who live, but Christ lives in me. If I were to condense that down, maybe into a kind of this isn't a koan, but maybe like a very simple mantra, right? Is that the I that is not I is me, right? And the I that is not I that is me is Christ in me, right? And so there's this, I have been crucified. So there's a negation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not I who live, but Christ lives in me, right? And so there's this new orientation that I think Jesus brings about, and there's all kinds of parallels we could talk about with reference to Dharma and those kinds of things. But I think what Paul's getting at there is something very foundational, is that it's through that negation, through letting go of yourself, or as Jesus would say, hating your own soul. These difficult sayings that he throws at us, that put us into this position where he's not telling us to do that because he's wanting us to commit some sort of psychological suicide. That's not what he's signifying there. What he's signifying there is, in some sense, kind of going back to your own story that you were sharing from the beginning, is to break us out of the prison that we built for ourselves, of this self-contained ego, through which is the only lens. It's like the keyhole that we're viewing the world through. And he's asking us to acknowledge that there's more behind that door than what we can see through the keyhole. And we'll never get past that keyhole if we consistently identify ourselves with this I. It's once we become not I that we can actually realize that true self. So
I resonated with that 1,000%. And it also reminded me too of this, another Chad, shout out Chad, saying of he doesn't think there's ego deaths, but almost the resizing of the ego to the proper proportion or something, or putting the ego back in its place or something. I want to be don't want to be too frugal with his characterization, but it was something to that extent. And the way you just described it, it was like it just rushed back, and I had forgotten. It feels like that. Like it almost makes my heart race. That in the rat race thing, right? That is still identifying with that, and this is why I mentioned, because it comes back, right? I still fight, with the ego to this day, and I've got a lot better practices and communities, and hopefully I've just grown in general. But the point is to go jump back, to go 10 years back when I'm in the thick of it. Like, yes, man, it's a keyhole, and it was a prison, and it was hell, and I've
Mhm.
described it as hell, and it was it was it was exhausting. It
Mhm.
was it was it was violent. It was nonstop. Yeah, it was. If there's an entity to describe it, I surely should have hated it. Jesus was right, and let me tell you what: the moment it cracked, the moment those blue and reds hit me, and I knew I was caught dead-handed. I've said the story in Chad's show. Uh, the wisdom of Jesus and the love of Jesus, I didn't know it at the time, rushed in. The relief was there. That resizing, or that tearing back down, or removing of that ego, that egotistical prison, it was the purest relief I've ever felt in my life. It was
Right.
a relief of the entire physiology.
Yeah. Yeah. It reminds me of which song is that? Well, we're on the Dharma theme. So Radiohead's Karma Police, right? I don't know if you've heard that song, right? But that song always struck me, even, listening to it at a Bible college dorm room back in the 90s. But where he says, for a minute there, I lost myself, right? And it's like the deep longing, I think, that we have as humans is actually to lose ourselves, right? When we're so self-important that and so much of the world hinges upon us, and we're the axis mundi that everything revolves around, right? It's exhausting, right? And you can do that in like the negative, criminal addict way, but I see people on their own trip that are doing it in like the, hustle culture and climbing the corporate ladder. There's all kinds of towers of Babel that we can build, some of them that maybe help you function better in this world, and some that maybe make you function worse in this world, but all ultimately collapsing into the same sort of trap, is that the ego has some sort of power to self-actualize, when the truth is like the ego has to acknowledge the fundamental fact that it must die,
Mhm.
right? And in some senses, we carry around with us the dying ego that prepares us for that moment of death, and it's not like it goes away. And I think that the ego, in that final moment, there's a transition and a transcendence, that the ego, we still retain the shape of it beyond death, but it's just simply the receptacle of a kenotic experience that gets to experience God and allow that to flow through without any false identifications that we tend to do on this side of the grave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a the final, truest, fullest theosis. It also, it, you reminded me there. It just went off. Uh, it just went off my tongue. It also reminded me. Man, it just went off my tongue. I lost it. I lost it. Goodness
It'll come
gracious.
back. It
Yeah,
usually
it'll
does.
come back for sure.
But yeah, I mean, and I think that in exploring those connective points, we haven't really like gone into Vedantic philosophy or Zen philosophy or anything like that. This is, I think, the conversation is flowing in kind of more of a personal level, and I think that that's always the most interesting, to be honest with you. But what I see kind of in as my own spiritual life has progressed, is like there's been an interesting confluence of technology and spirituality in it's what fuels conversations like this, right? Is you're probably accessing, Jordan Peterson or Vervaeke or Peugeot, and these guys that are, very impressive thought leaders in their own respect. Whether we agree or disagree with them at every point is kind of beside the point. They launch into very important discussions and dialogue. Um, my that journey began, I think, in some senses, was trying to suss things out, from the limited framework of like a, Bible college educated young man with very limited access to resources that would maybe expand my ability to see the field in front of me. And then, slowly kind of interacting with people that maybe I find a certain revulsion to the way they're thinking until I find myself converted in some way. And I think this would have been back in the, early 2000s, but there was a big surge of Calvinism onto the scene with the Young, Restless, and Reform movement. Um,
I wasn't too involved at that point
yeah,
yet. Go
well,
ahead with
blessings
that.
upon your soul. Count yourself among the blessed
Yeah.
in that respect. But it was very important in terms of, for me, formatively, is like learning how to dialogue and discuss.
I can,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
can, I can relate on a certain degree, I believe, on where my journey kind of relates in that regard was, I wasn't having a lot of these interfaith or theological relationships or discussions, but when I came back on the scene, it was, that time, afternoon mark, that time period was a very easily recognizable time period now is 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I say about around probably 22 is when I finally was reading the right stuff to be able to be like, oh, I do not need to be talking politics. I'd read enough, but in my regard was kind of that, I was on this, very spiritual, balanced journey, and I had all this psychological literature and knowledge from going down the Jordan Peterson rabbit hole on, openness and conscientiousness and dispositions, and I'm very extroverted and a people person. You get me at a bar and I will be starting a conversation with some stranger, or you get me into an event, and I'll make a friend for the night. And so where I would go was I wanted to relate and communicate and see where people are, and I have this little bit of arrogance, to looking back on that. I had some kind of I had some kind of value in place in doing this. Now I also could construe it with, you know this was the journey that I was on. This was what I was caring about. My full genuine self wanted to broach these topics and navigate these waters, and maybe if there was a chance, offer some insight that I had to nudge a person to not be so radicalized. Right, we're so much of the extremes.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
I definitely I've surrendered a lot of that, and just more of a wisdom on, it's for, yeah, I think there's still some truth. There's grains of truth in that, but I think the larger picture is for this more, this relational stance of, just being there for, where I can connect with this human and where that connection can go. Yeah, I don't know if that quite related, but that's where
Yeah.
I kind of on just, trying to make sense of the ground, the facts on the ground, and what I had on my upbringing, and the worldview I had. And just one last thing I just want to tie in my
Sure.
nugget
Go
that
for
I had forgotten was the ego, as well as this paradoxical thing on the goal of, you know it could be very rationalized and justified as the ego is a symbolic structure of the self to survive, right? It's this way of really, making sure this self survival, right? Getting on to the next day, getting on to the next epoch. But then you can also, in this John Vervaeke wisdom of meditation, on how torturous and miserable would it be for that egoic symbolic structure to last for eternity. The bliss and gratitude of, I'm gonna get free of this thing in some way or another. This flawed, totally failing, mistaking, husband, or excuse me, not brother, son, friend. There is a light at the end of the tunnel that th- th- nobody believe. There isn't hard data that this goes on forever as this instance, as this instantiation. And so I think there's a beauty in that paradox as well. And I'll let one of the new guys go, Mark, or
Yeah, Mark, thanks for jumping in, and
Just on that last, just on,
Micmo too. Thanks, but yeah,
well, no,
please,
thanks for
your
having
thoughts.
us.
Yeah,
Just on that last point, Matthew, I think I think that's why Hezi in the comment said Hinduism is a better fit, because what the Indians aspire to is release from exactly what you're talking about, moksha. And so there's an intersection there between is Hinduism or some branches of Indian philosophy and Judaism on that point. That self, if you breathe eternal life into that self that Christ said is dead already, is condemned already, John 3. That's hell. That thing living forever is hell. Or live your awareness within that thing, that ego, and for eternity. That's a kind of hell. But that was just the quick comment I wanted to say on that point. But Mo has something else to say too. I can tell.
I really probably shouldn't say anything. I definitely know the least about Buddhism in this panel. Briefly, you know, got some fairly early worldview training is kind of what they called it back in the day when I was in high
I know
school.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, and as a starting point, it was great. I think I had already read Francis Schaeffer, How
Okay.
Shall We Now Live by that point. I mean, I was a apologetics nerd. My dad
Okay.
was trying to figure out the age of the Earth when I
Gotcha.
was in like elementary school. So like all through middle school, high school, it was all kind of William Lane Craig, Hugh Ross, like Ravi Zacharias, R.C. Sproul. But
Right.
yeah, so I understand a little bit of Buddhism. I used to listen to the Pete Holmes show religiously, and
Gotcha.
so I got a fair amount of, a good smorgasbord of like meta modern spirituality, um, enough to kind of, and then of course when I was studying existentialism in college, uh, came across Nietzsche, who obviously talks about Schopenhauer's Buddhism.
Hmm.
Um, and and so I was really just I feel like I've had this pendulum of affect towards Buddhism my whole life. Because the end of that story is basically being fed up with Buddhism and being, I was still a believer at this time, but I was really kind of open to trying new things. This was about the same time, Matthew, that you were arrested and God put you in real jail. He just put me in like mental jail, where I was basically Nebuchadnezzar in all ways, an animal except externally, where I was somehow holding together a job and a wife and a drug habit, but but not much other than that. A couple cats' lives, I kept them alive, so yeah, pat myself on the back. But anyway, yeah, read Thomas Merton, um, and had probably one of the craziest. I mean, it was like a month long um, high of like when you go on like a youth. Well, some of you know, like when you go to like a youth trip in church or whatever, and you get this like
Yes.
spiritual high, and you feel so close to God. I had that for like a month straight, just like by myself, uh, very little human to human interaction other than washing people's windows for work and like joking and cussing with you know, the cynical and nihilistic, but not in any philosophical sense. Um, just kind of lower class, lowest rung of society, hopelessness in Appalachia.
Okay.
And so it was just a very bizarre time. And a number of those mystical experiences, some which were drug induced, nothing crazy, just weed, and then some which were just straight up read the Bible and was living in the kingdom for 12 hours.
Yeah.
And so it's like that month, now I've come to call it just like when God broke my brain and basically like turned me into an absurdist. And part of that was because of, yeah, some of the stuff that, and some of this is hard to talk about because it's just hard to talk about, like ineffable experiences are.
Right.
But then there are effable parts that God told me were a secret. And I still don't quite know what that means. And part of me thinks that it's a clever little trick to kind of keep me humble and to not let me um, embody some form of uh, level class 9 wizard or something that, I have the answers from on high. But yeah, all that to say, yeah, I mostly just wanted, despite my loquaciousness for the past 5 minutes, geez, I actually just wanted to get on and kind of listen, and adjust to the limelight a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to give one little line of encouragement. I'm a big fan of absurdism, McMo. So you're not way out in the weeds in my book, brother.
Well, in some way, we're all waiting for Godot. So,
Exactly.
but yeah, I like that idea though, especially when you're hearing from God that we are His secret. The next word that came to my mind was just apocalypse, right? And revelation. Like there's a reality that is, for those of us that are born of God or aspire to be born of God, right, it awaits further revelation, right, of who we really are and that, Paul talks about that, the creation groans for the revelation of God's children at some level, right? And there is this hiddenness and almost like this conspiratorial secret that these weak, cumbersome, oftentimes wandering creatures, there's something far more powerful at work within us it's waiting that further revelation, is waiting that apocalyptic moment where what we really are truly emerges. But I would be remiss if I didn't pick on Mark a little bit, because Mark, I've heard you talk enough in these circles to know that you have been kind of steeped. And I love the fact that you're bringing up Hinduism, and Hezi brought it up earlier. That's probably more closely aligned with most of my practice in terms of just my contemplative practice. So I kind of want to just give you the floor for a little bit and discuss a little bit of your own experiences in that realm and how that's informed your own Christian journey, Mark. If you don't mind.
Give me no, that's fine. Give me a springboard. In what sense are you thinking? And just in terms like for my personal testimony?
Or just
yeah, I can share with you. I'm just trying to figure out what would be most beneficial. What do you
like? How does Dharmic traditions, whether we're talking Buddhist or Hindu, mm-hmm. or the Trika Shaivas, which is kind of this weird, interesting space, mm-hmm. I find very interesting. Like, how does that inform maybe a self-understanding for you as a Christian? Because I know you've had some excursions in there.
I was struggling with. I'd been diagnosed with type 2 bipolar disorder in my late 20s.
Okay.
So in the course of grappling with that, living with that, which throughout my it began to manifest much earlier than in my 20s. It's just that's when I got the diagnosis. But in the course of learning how to live with that, because medication and formal treatment weren't working, the last psychiatrist I found was the only one I found that kind of could help me, and he turned me on to some pretty basic forms of mindfulness meditation. That took me to yoga. Yoga took me to Patanjali and Indian philosophy, the beginnings of Indian philosophy, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras specifically. Yeah. Of course, all through translation. One thing led to another, took me to Ram Dass and Alan Watts and Joseph Campbell, probably in a reverse order. Joseph Campbell, Alan Watts, Ram Dass. And slowly I became convinced that essentially the Buddhists were right. The self is empty. There's no there. right? And so once I came to that realization, now along the way were many mystical experiences, because again, I I don't want to overplay them. I think I'm just because I could easily just have a brain that's kind of hardwired to live in that space. Because I have type 2 bipolar, so it's you have hypomanic episodes and then you have very severe lows. And it's the yoga and the Buddhism and the meditation, that sort of thing, has kind of taught me to surf those rather than be possessed by them. So I can kind of, at some point, I don't know, probably well over 10 years ago now, it's been quite a while, I learned how to separate my identity from whatever is going on in my body, and so I can just kind of watch it happen
Right.
within my consciousness, and it's just
Yep.
to a point where I can still feel it, and this thing could still kill me. I could wake up one day and completely not. I respect it. As when I say that, I respect it. That it is a thing that is like cancer, has the potential to take me out if I.
It's as deadly as some cancers are.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So I don't take it lightly.
Right.
And I don't claim, at one point I did think I was healed from it, and I just realized, I wasn't healed from it.
Hate when that happens.
Well, that's as dangerous. We had these discussions. I had this discussion with Lance and Jacob, and on another stream, but I cannot tell you which one at this point. Maybe it was the first mega Lance said that he felt that he can tell the difference between when he's between the Holy Spirit and hypomania, and I'm like going, I said it's a very grandiose assertion. It's a very dangerous. That for me is too close. That's too close to the edge for me to be able to say I know the difference. What I do is I pray, Lord, you keep me on the right side of that divide, because I think it's because it's a disease I still carry with me anyway.
Yeah.
With the yoga though, I mean, if you want to, you want some ghost stories? I mean, because I can tell you some wild stories. I mean, I had oh my goodness, one of the very first experiences I had was, say what?
I was trying to remember Ram Dass's real name, but the ghost of Ram Dass.
Oh, it's yeah,
Is that dead naming?
Richard
Alpert?
Richard Alpert, yes.
Yeah, Richard Alpert.
No, I was really into it at one point with the yoga, meditating several hours a day, and then the rest of my time, every spare minute, in studying more and more material, and as well as listening to these guys. And I was listening to Alan Watts at some point, and all of a sudden my consciousness separated from my body, and it sat on my left shoulder, basically. And I went around for weeks watching myself from outside of myself.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of afraid it was never going to come back together.
Right.
If I'm going to go around like this my whole life, this was really weird. But and I think it was a kind of very vivid metaphor maybe the Holy Spirit or my brain was giving me to fix itself. Because it was truly that completely disassociated my awareness from myself. And this is Vajrayana Buddhists talk a lot more about awareness, so it's rather than self, and,
right.
And it's kind of your awareness that carries on from incarnation. And I really, so all this stuff happening with my body and it was just, there I am looking around. This is so.
Yeah.
Then
If you had been born a little bit later, you would have had enough experience with video games to just know that you were playing in third person and be fine with it, you know?
There you go. There you go. I didn't have that. I did not have that metaphor to work with.
Yeah. Kids these days can just dissociate with ease.
Really? I did not realize that. That's an insight. I'll have to work on that one. Seriously, I'll have to think about that.
I never reached transcendence with Mario Kart. Just so that we're clear.
Well, this is another trick with all this stuff is you keep thinking, which each new layer or each new level of sort of spiritual awareness and achievement, there's a lot of bliss that comes with it.
Oh yeah.
And you think you've achieved. Of course, that's its own. That's its own danger.
Yeah, Ramdas talks about that as like every practice in some way is a trap.
Exactly.
Right.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Right.
So at some point, what happened is I then crossed paths with a teacher who's still online, kind of big. I don't really know. His view of Jesus is very, ahistorical, and I wouldn't. If you want to experience Kundalini and Kashmir Shaivism and TM, that sort of teaching, fine. I don't know if I'd recommend them anymore.
What's the secret mantra for TM?
Is
it just your birthday?
Yeah. January 6, 19, whatever. No, yeah, I
don't
know.
It was. I heard the secret mantra was just your birthday.
This I do not know. Because I never did any TM, at least not intentionally.
If you know the secret TM mantra, drop it in the chat.
But anyways, I crossed paths with him, and I had a experience of what he called Shakti, which is a feminine deity that's consort with Shiva.
Right.
And frankly, it was in every way I could tell. I cannot for life of me tell the difference between it and the baptism of the Holy Spirit. It was identical in the experience, and it took me right back to Jesus.
Right.
And that self that was outside me went right back in. I reunified, and I had this Holy Ghost experience. But it was it Holy Ghost? Was it Kundalini? Was it Shakti? He called it Shakti. It was like all the little chakras lit up, and it took me to a sermon by John Wimber. You can look it up. Very old. I shared it with Luke recently.
Oh, John Wimber. Are you connected at all with like that Southern California vineyard?
That crazy Southern California vineyard. I went to that crazy. I went to it while he's still alive. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anaheim Vineyard. Yeah.
Yeah. Lonnie Frisbee was. He passed away in the living room couch of one of my childhood friends' dad. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That was. Yeah, there's a story there. That's something to talk about too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Mark, Grimm at least will want to know. He's got a theory about the chakras aligning, that it has to do with your spine, and that your spine is basically like an antenna, but you have to keep the antenna clean. And that keeping the antenna clean has to do with, we'll just say like sexual purity in some ways, seed retention, often it's called. Not to pry, but what were the practices kind of around all of that? Was it
nothing like
hardcore? That. Were you practicing asceticism? You know,
sexual asceticism
of any kind.
No, quite the opposite. It was very a kind of spirit, like I thought about it. I was the closest thing I would have been going vegetarian at that point. So I was that. but yeah, and tried vegan, but just found it inconvenient, and so and kind of self-delusional because it. So I didn't I was doing as much as I could. The would be not no harm. Was trying to practice as little harm to things. So when I would, I think I talked to Jedediah about this last time, not too long ago, about I would, do what I could to not, like if I found an insect in the house, rather than kill it, I'd try to get it out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Fail sometimes, like once a rat got in, I couldn't get it out, and it got stuck, and it had to kill
Hate
it.
when that happens.
Had to kill it. It was a mouse, actually. I had to kill it rather than let it live, because it was in the course of trying to get it out alive. I failed to put it out of its misery.
I'm sure the karmic debt was unbearable.
It's you talk you kind of have you have these sort of weird, you call it Snow White kind of experiences. It's silly. I did, those, but I was I was, and I'm very suspicious of that sort of thing. You can if you did, I think it's a mistake I think even advanced teachers will tell you that it's a mistake to map the physical body to the subtle body in too concrete a way.
Right.
The spine and the chakras are not one and the same. The subtle body is, you might call a spiritual body, and it's not corruptible. In Pauline language, would be it's not corruptible flesh.
Right. Well, it's interesting, Mark, to hear you talk about like so many, like there's a lot of parallels, very interesting parallels in our experiences, being manic depressive, and, I'm actually bipolar 1, not 2.
Oh, okay.
But, and I find it fascinating. It's not uncommon for me to run into other bipolar individuals that have found a lot of solace in yoga. Because I think it does give you the ability to separate yourself from yourself a little bit, and to observe those, even if you are in a normal mood state for bipolarity, it's still much more fluctuation than most people encounter in their day-to-day lives. And so you're constantly dealing with, you're dealing with those ups and downs, maybe at a small scale, and then they can, pathologize into something that's very problematic. But, I found my way into chakra meditation was a really weird path. It was not Kundalini in the sense that I didn't study Kundalini yoga or anything of the sort. I just was having a interesting conversation with a friend of mine, and she, I was making fun of the chakras, and she's like, "Well, do you even know what they are?" And I was like, "Well, no." She says, "Well, maybe you should study this stuff before you come to those conclusions." And I had read a text and I think I'd shared this at some point in the big long live stream, but I had been reading a text from Saint Irenaeus of Lyon on the discussion of the 7 heavens, and it's rooted in the text out of Isaiah chapter 11, is where his extended discussion is of this. And I had been really gripped by that. I would say back in like 2015, I had read this passage. It's in his book on the apostolic preaching. And I was, a very conversational relationship with God. And I was very intrigued by it. So I just asked him, what's the deal with these 7 heavens? And he's like, "Well, they're in you." And I was like, huh. I'm like, "What does that mean?" And then radio silence, right? So I just had this, it was enough to kind of lure me in to have this idea in the back of my mind of these 7 heavens. I can discuss it a little further. I don't want to overly dominate the conversation. But what I found once I had started to study just the conceptual content of the 7 main chakras, right, that they're kind of popular here in the West in a sense, is I was like, man, these have some interesting, they're not identical, right, but they rhyme with this concept of the 7 heavens. There was a coherence of the conceptual content. And so I just, I was never like, my meditation practice was more just observational awareness type stuff at the time. And I just, this was happening during COVID, right? So we're all, basically holed up, and I just was like, okay, well, I'm just going to start experimenting, and began to feel like, people who have their chakras open. There's sometimes for some of us that experience a physical sensation along with that. And then what I would say was like the awakening moment, where it kind of came together and it became something that is developed into the practice I have today. Is I was sitting, I wasn't even sitting cross-legged, lotus position, just kind of sitting in my chair like I'm sitting right now. You can't see because I've got the screen thing behind me, but just sitting down and contemplating. And it was like the hand of Christ reached out and touched me on the crown of the head, right there where the crown chakra is. And he said, "You are made of light." Boom. And then all of a sudden, it felt like a 4-inch pipe going from the crown of my head all the way down to the end of my tailbone. And it just felt like light got dumped inside of me. And the physical experience was something that it blew orgasm out of the water. Like it was a level of bliss that I don't even know how to express. It wasn't a sexual bliss, but that's the only analogy I could use is something transcending.
A 4-inch pipe of light to your tailbone will do it. I mean, good grief.
It was just like this plasma that was shooting up and down through my body, and I could feel it in those chakra centers and all this kind of stuff. And so when some of the comments of it's hard to tell the difference between a Kundalini awakening and the Holy Spirit, I'm not saying I can differentiate either, but I can echo the sentiment that what I felt in that moment was like an enraptured sense of God's presence. So if we were to look at the Muladhara chakra at the bottom, the root chakra, right, that would correspond to the lowest heaven, which is it's a heaven of fear or wonder, right, as it would be in Isaiah's rendering. And so when I meditate in these spaces, it become very visual experiences, eyes closed, but they're visionary type experiences. And oftentimes what appears to me in almost every space that I meditate in, the tree of life is somehow prominent. And oftentimes it will alternate between the tree of life and some of the older Byzantine icons of the cross, right, of Christ on the cross. So I'll kind of see this in kind of this alternating fashion. But there was an experience that kind of culminated, and I think I've shared this a little bit, but I'll just share what, as I was coming into the tree of life, and it's this vast tree that dominates the horizon, and it looks kind of like the oaks that are out here, the Engelmann oak, or something like approximating an oak tree, with this very beautiful fruit, and it's fed with the fountain of living waters, and the living water takes this opalescent character that it refracts the full range of visible light, and it travels up into the tree and it feeds the tree of life. And so you can look, or when I was seeing it kind of interwoven between the bark at the trunk, and in this meditation, I just felt compelled to step into the tree of life, right? And so I put my hand against the tree, and I found myself pulled inside of it. Maybe like the hobbits were, when they were trying to find their way to Tom Bombadil or something. They're sucked into this tree of life. And what I saw was this fractal vision of the universe, and not just this universe, but a bunch of universes that were stacked up in this kind of fractal unfolding, where it's kind of, if you're inside of a tree and you're viewing it from the inside, outside looks like a tree, on the inside is just an ensemble of universes. And I saw it growing up through the branches and becoming the fruit. And then I looked at myself, and there was that same sense of this cosmic reality of universes upon universes stacking inside of me. And then I would be joined hand in hand with other people, and I was seeing the same reality. And so I was seeing this dance, this kind of cosmic dance of in and out and in and out, and the sense of I am in the tree of life and the tree of life is in me. And then as I kind of got the transcendent view from the top, where I'm looking down at the kind of like if you're in an airplane view of a tree, right? And what I saw was that Byzantine vision of Christ on the cross. So the tree of life. So what I was experiencing was in some sense like creation as the cosmic body of Christ and our membership within it in some strange way. And, it was a very fascinating experience. What I've learned about experiences for me is they're kind of like a dime a dozen, and they're not always very transformative. Like they're interesting, right? But the hard work of transformation is more keeping a close watch on your soul than it is, like the high and lofty experiences. But what it signified to me was almost this maximal sense of what, the all in all that Paul's talking about in 1 Corinthians 15 of God being all in all. Mm-hmm. And that in some way, whether that approximates a reality or not, what it gave me a sense of was like in all of the vastness, it all seemed to me to be reducing back to Christ as the mm-hmm. foundational reality that opens this whole thing up. And so, as I go, further in my explorations of the Dharmic traditions, it's taking Jesus with me. It's kind of, he's the yoking partner, right? Mm-hmm. It's the yoga of the Christ in some sense. And to explore these things and experiment, and some things are kind of cool and some things are not so cool. And, but what I'm learning within a Christian framework is that, it doesn't mean that I grant every metaphysical or theological or doctrinal point that the Dharmic traditions raise, but I certainly don't dismiss them at the same time. And that I find that, in some sense, I would say my practice is Dharmic Christianity, with a touch of Anglicanism. And
is that what you do? Is that where you go? Is that the kind of church practice?
The Episcopal Church here. Okay. So I'm fairly progressive in my overall outlook, and mm-hmm. I find that that's a good home for me. But it's also very traditional liturgies, and mm-hmm. But what I find is it all does actually flow from that Eucharistic experience.
Well, and they'll not freak out when you talk about this stuff. By and large, the priest want, at most, I think Episcopalians. Anglicans can tolerate this. If you walked into a Baptist church, they'd want to cast out your demons.
Right. I mean, I could go to Episcopal church dressed as Gandalf, and I'd fit right in.
Yeah.
They try to kick you out of the Anglican church once you start reading the Bible.
Right. What's the one? Hey! The one book that's verboten.
Just kidding.
Hey! Don't knock on a defender of the faith church. Henry VIII was he got a special citation from the Pope.
There you go.
Before he got excommunicated.
Right. Sometimes good things come out of a divorce.
Yeah.
Sometimes they say.
Pros: he's anti-Pope.
Well
Cons, he's British. So, rough. How do you weigh it? I don't know. Tough.
So, Jedediah, how old are you? If you don't mind me
45.
asking.
Yeah, I'm 45.
45. You got a young face.
Yeah.
Good, man. Look good for 45.
Yeah.
That's that Southern California living, man.
It's not because I take care of myself. So
So you're here in Southern California? Where at?
I live down in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
So I'm from San Diego area, so I grew up in Escondido, if you're familiar with that. What part of Southern California are you from?
I'm in Redlands, California, so I'm just
nice.
I'm just a couple hours away from you.
Oh man.
I'm gonna have to visit you guys. My company's headquarters are in San Juan Capistrano.
Oh, nice.
Last year me and my wife visited. We do like a big holiday party at the end of the year, and me and my wife visited San Diego. We saw the big ship in the harbor or whatever.
Yeah.
Went to this brewery that was it was like monks or whatever. It was like something about like churches or something like that. I can't remember.
Lost Abbey.
That was it. Yep. That was it. Lost Abbey. Yep.
Yeah, I know where all the breweries are. I don't go to them anymore. Well, Athletic, they brew some really good non-alcoholic drinks. So
There you go. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be of no surprise, but most of my mystical experiences were very Protestant. in the sense that there were no images.
Okay.
It was a very, and I think some of that was informed by like the small bit of like meditation practice that I had been doing, which
Hmm.
was I found it very easy to kind of just go to no mind, which I'm not trying to brag. I think it's actually a sign of my CTE. But like, but I found it very relaxing and very easy to just kind of sink into the abyss and not think anything for like an hour. And but I will say that almost every time that I did that, I would end up praying. Like I
Hmm.
just couldn't help it. It would end up praying. Like even when I would get to silence, God would say something, or my brain would spark up something, that seemingly came from the abyss. And so that was one of the reasons why I think Merton was helpful for me, because he kind
Right.
of, at least, I think it's hard for me to remember because I read like Chesterton, Merton, and Kierkegaard. I was like going, just putting all of their books on shuffle essentially, and
Yeah.
just kind of really
Well,
going through the.
Merton and Zen Buddhism are like this.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep,
Yeah. I was just
exactly.
reading from Zen and the
So
Birds of Appetite.
Yep,
I did a little reading in here from that. I
Beautiful.
yep.
love. Yeah.
The one I read, that one, and I also read On Contemplation, and I think On
Okay.
Contemplation was the one that was like, but also on
well, can
Audible
I
and on
interrupt really
YouTube.
quick? Can I
Yeah, go
interrupt real
for it.
quick? Are you, when you say it was no images, are you saying you're having feels? Is it more it's a feeling when you say
It was
you
no,
experience stuff?
it was auditory, um,
Okay.
and symbolic in some ways, but it wasn't like I saw the heavens open up, not like literally or in my reality. A lot of it was with my eyes closed, so I was just imagining things, sure. But then also too, it would hard to talk about. But it was like it's the kind of thing. What's the story? It's like before Vervaeke says this, Matthew. You'll know it. But it's like before I practiced in, a mountain was just a mountain. While
Yes.
I practiced in, the mountain was not a mountain. Or after I practiced in, the mountain was a mountain.
Yes.
And so I had that sense with a lot of what my eyes could see, I guess. Um, but I think part of it, why I say it was Protestant, is because I had just been so deeply steeped.
Yeah.
Um, and the idea, one way to put it is that God is a no thing.
Right.
Um, he's not built by human hands or so that human minds can perceive him. And I was also kind of thinking about Abraham because of Kierkegaard. And so I had less of a, I mean, I had the image of the burning bush, um, but then I also had the idea of the impossible ask. Yeah, and that was something I was going to say earlier, was that like when I was reading Kierkegaard, his Night of Infinite Resignation to me was like everything. He kind of like summed up what I felt in Buddhism and why I was attracted to it and all of that stuff.
Hmm.
Just the idea of, yeah, another word to put it is just like pure asceticism. Um, but yeah, I was overjoyed to kind of like, in some ways, feel that I didn't have to be a Buddhist at the end of the day. I was like very relieved to know that I, did not have to do yoga. This was something else I was going to say, and I think this is a fairly common story in TLC. But I was having back problems a lot at the time of my mystical experience. Like I had sciatica, and I was like, I would get back spasms and muscle cramps and all of that stuff.
I
Just
can point. I can point you to some help with that. There's some cutting edge stuff on postural restoration. Go ahead.
I'm Gucci now. I haven't had a flare
Okay.
up in ever since I joined TLC. The sciatica went away. Now part of it was I
Just put your
stopped.
hands on the screen, folks, and
Yeah,
catch a piece of what Mick was dealing.
yeah, got the secrets, y'all. No, it also happened to coincide with me getting an office job,
Yeah.
work from home, where I can stand up and sit down as my body kind of recommends, instead of having to carry ladders all day and lift heavy things and stuff like that. So um, I also have a little bit of back problems run in the family. My sister had
Right.
horrible scoliosis.
Right.
If anybody's listening, food for thought, postural restoration. You should know uh, there is no symmetry in nature. You have a tilt to your hips. You have a tilt to the way your torso orients with your hips, and so it's good to identify the template that your body orients as, and then to turn and orient it in the opposite way and stretch that way.
Most people's
I had
faces have
lower
that
back.
too.
Say again.
Most people's faces have that too. If you look close enough.
Yep, that's right. That's right. Well,
There's mine.
beauty is like asymptoting towards to symmetry. There is no true symmetry. If you get true symmetry, it actually freaks out the human eye.
Well, in like the fractal geometry is self-similarity, right? It's the repeating of the pattern along similar but not identical or symmetrical lines, right? And yeah, I had back pain for years, man. I can identify. I was actually lost. I could have been one of those statistics. I was way over prescribed opiates.
You're through it now, huh?
Yeah. So
Stretching routine and stuff.
weirdly enough, like what happened was, I mean, I've got compression, degeneration, stenosis, the whole 9 yards. I fractured the top vertebrae in my neck when I was duck diving, surfing. I got whiplashed really bad, and all kinds of. And I wrestled for high school and college, and so my body's been treated like a bulldozer. And in my 30s, I was prescribed like high doses of Percocets, and I mean, if I told you how much I was taking legally, I mean, it's terrifying. But I mean, I was basically my doctor was was where I was getting my smack.
Many stories alike.
Yeah, and I got in a car wreck, hurt my back even more, and ended up just on a lark trying a chiropractor, and he saved my life. I mean, he really did. He's like, Jed, he says, you got to get off these pills. They're going to kill you. And I said, well, I'm like, that's easier said than done. You go 6 hours without them, you're dope sick, right? And so I ended up having I detoxed, I self-detoxed for a year stepping down, and it was basically dope sick for a year, which in retrospect, I would have made things a lot easier if I had just checked myself into a treatment facility and gone through a medical detox. But the pain of that experience has it put a taste in my mouth that will make it all but impossible. I mean, I could go back into other addictive behaviors, but going back to the opioids is something that I can't do. There's no drive for it because I know what the cost is to get off the stuff. But yeah, chiropractor saved my life and helped with the posture stuff. And if I'm really sore, I'll pop an Advil and go get racked and cracked.
I didn't have any professional help. I used YouTube. So again, one last little, if anybody's out there with back pain, it's worth a shot. It worked for me. The guy's cutting edge. It's all dynamical movements. It's all diaphragm breathing, why you're flossing and why you're straight. It's genius stuff. I play basketball with 16-year-olds every day. So
there you go.
I'm 34. So
yeah,
anyway, I just want to tie one.
Go for it, man.
I also recommend a square pillow. That's my recommendation. The cube pillow helped me tremendously. Now that might just be because I have broad shoulders,
Well, and guys, I'm so spiritual. I'd also recommend levitation. It does wonders.
Hey, that's so funny you said that, Mo, because I fought some of that stuff too, like some thoracic stuff, like some middle back stuff from sleeping and weird position. Anyway, we're getting into a weird space here, but I just wanted to touch on I've had some more mystical encounters. Some of them more full blown molecule inhibited, playing with psychedelics and stuff.
No
like
judge.
that.
I dabble. So
I will say this, but the one that actually seems relevant and still kind of
going to hell
is going. Anyways, I had a baby scare. I was not practicing good Christian sexual ethic, and anyways, this was a few years ago, and anyways, I had some DMT, and I was going to make the trip, a 6-hour drive to meet the girl who had let the connection and the communication fall, and reached out to me 8.5 months later and told me she was in. in a hospital. These are all the details, but the point is I in that moment, you know, I there was a real radical shift in my salience landscape. I had to go make a journey to go get in person, meet her, see this child, do paternity, all this different chaotic stuff. And anyways, I blasted off on a DMT encounter, and I encountered what I didn't realize until I think about a month ago was it was a goddess. It was you know the supreme feminine character.
Mm-hmm.
You know, very apropos for my scenario. And I didn't put it together that it was Mary until about a month ago. That'd be 2 years into my explicit Christian journey, because, and this is so weird to me, it's weird, but it was her posture in my vision. She was in the same posture that I would see her in all these different Catholic figurines and statues and stuff. And so it just hit me one day as I think I was going to my church. You know, one of the churches I attend, I go to a few, is Our Lady of Guadalupe. Like Mary's very, very, and I'm in West Texas, big Hispanic populations. And anyways, it just hit me. I was just like, that was the stance. That was the way she presented herself was exact. Anyways, and the final details that just to tie it up was, I was terrified. I was terrified of what I got myself into. I was terrified of this girl I had supposedly made a child with. I was terrified of being a father. I was terrified of all this. And so I was kind of having a panic attack in the beginning. And then I just kept on, I kept on repeating this mantra of bless you, bless you, bless you. And it was this very panic attack, very scary bless you. Mm-hmm. And then it just gradually turned into this beautiful, I mean, I remember another thing was I thought I was in water. I thought I was, the entire experience was it was an embodied kind of experience. I like fell into my own being, into some amniotic sac, and then emerged into this space with the divine feminine over me. And I just said, bless you, in terror until it just exhausted itself into this beautiful surrendering bless you. And then the feels of it turned from this very scary mystical experience to this very beautiful surrendering. It's almost like, hey, you're gonna get through this thing. And it ended up it wasn't my child. So,
yeah. You're never gonna believe this, Matthew.
Yeah.
But in one of my mystical experiences around that same time, I would sneeze, and I kept sneezing, and I sneezed over and over and over again. And I was just hoping to God that someone out there was saying, bless you, bless you, bless you.
You silly goose.
How old are you, Matthew?
I'm 34. I'll be 35 in August.
34.
And I'm 30.
What? And you're 30, so you're the baby.
I'm the baby of the bunch, yeah. Just starting my ministry.
There you go.
Well, 3 years from now, it'll be okay.
Yeah, each of you guys are good conversation partners just in and of yourselves, because there's a lot to explore there. Can I have my own randos with each of you? We could schedule randos for each of you. I'd love to talk to each of you, because I've never.
I'll talk to you, Mark.
That'd be
Anything
cool.
for you, Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
My email address is below my name, redlandsvillagemark@gmail.com.
I'll for sure hit you up, Mark.
So
I don't really email that much, but can I get your number from Luke?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, if you guys in connection with Luke, you can trade my phone numbers too. Yeah, that's fine. Well, that'd be great. Just ping me, and then we'll set something up. Because I think each of you have something to talk about, because you have deep stories and that you, I think, because I'm wondering, at 30, 35, how old were you then with the girl?
That would have been 32.
32. This wasn't a girl you could have had a life with.
It was.
Where's the source of the panic, I guess, would be the question.
It was a possibility. I mean, I'll be very, very blunt with it. I was still very much in a political mindset, and we were on the opposite ends of the political spectrum.
She was a liberal.
Yeah, she's very much probably from what I've ascertained more on y'all's end of the progressive spectrum.
Go woke, go
And I was
broke,
just
Carlotto.
very worried about. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I have cards on the table. She's an amazing woman. I had known her from like youth, and we had kind of reconnected, and our journeys had kind of got gnarly, and womp. And but the fact is she was doing other stuff too. So it didn't end up. But
Right, right. Yeah, because I just it's the are you in a place now where you could see that it wouldn't have been the end of the world if it had been your baby?
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So you,
Absolutely, yeah.
so you feel like
And
maybe
I've
you've
gotten
matured.
to a position where my my non-political stance now, I mean, I've read all the political philosophy. And you guys would probably hate to have a conversation with me about it. No, I would
I've
love
gotten
it.
some. No, I got some of some of the flavor.
Yeah.
You got a lot of vocal distance in
Yeah,
you.
yeah, and look, man, I read the stuff I cared, But here's the point: is where I find that sometimes the totality of the story is just as important as the detail. Where I ended up is I much rather be friends with Jedediah and Mark than to demonize their political ideology. That's just where I landed at the end of the day. But yeah, so it was
Good.
just a
That
lot of
gives
that
me
stuff,
that gives me so much cover to spread the woke mind virus. So I appreciate it.
No, well, I think there's a true wisdom here in TLC too that I think you can be as even if I hate that term progressive, um, I think you can be more on that end of the spectrum. Let's just do the cycle. You can be more on the open end of the spectrum as goes these dynamics, and still understand that there's some
Right.
craziness going
Well,
on. There's
and
some
my
absurdity going on.
progressivism is the way I would describe it is I would describe myself as an omega point progressive. And so, when you're looking at the question of progress, it's to what end and what direction are
Yes.
you heading, right? And
Amen.
and
Amen.
so it's a little bit of a different flavor, but I was gonna since we've been on the I'll throw that up there. Just Mark, if you want to take that. Are you from Redlands, Mark?
I am.
Nice.
I am.
Home
Is
of,
this somebody that knows me or is in Redlands?
I don't know.
Jan A.
John, if you're in Redlands, let us know.
Yep. Is it Jan or
Um,
John? I can't.
John.
John.
Okay.
I think I've
yeah,
seen John on the Discord once, or
He's
maybe he
been
popped on
around.
a
Yeah,
stream.
John's been
Yeah.
around a little bit.
Yeah.
yeah. But I appreciate, and this is it's fun to talk in Christian circles about psychedelic experiences. Because I've had a few. It's not something I do on the regular, but a couple times a year, I'll dabble. And so when you're describing like that encounter with Mary or with the divine feminine, right? It's a feature for me in the times that I've usually my experiences with mushrooms, right? I've done DMT before. That was very interesting, but it was more of a visual experience than anything else. But I had a goddess encounter on mushrooms as well, and so wasn't it was not a an encounter with Mary, but I was laying down in my bed, basically in the middle of it was a pretty large dose that I had taken, and it was up
Good,
to
by
that
the
point
way.
was what.
That's the way to do it. Large dose, lay on the bed in the
Yeah,
dark. It's the
yeah,
way to do it.
yeah. So I was kind of in the middle of like the progression. You're kind of elevating into the experience. And in my visual field, kind of off to the side, I saw this white spider crawling up, like it was like weaving a web in the corner of my room. And kind of like Charlotte's Web, we started having a conversation, right? And she was talking to me about the divine octave and the music of the world and all this kind of stuff. And it was one of my first psychedelic experiences. So I was very leery of like, what am I encountering here? So we had this extended theological discussion, and she was quite the this is advocate of Chalcedonian Christianity. Let's put it that way. Um, and she was weaving this web of light over the top of me. And I was like, why are you doing this? And she says, you need to see something. And I'd been going through a divorce at the time, and was in a lot of pain, to be honest with you. And she says, you need to face the darkness, and this light's going to protect you, right? And then she transfigured into this very beautiful Central Asian looking woman, right? And we continued to have this discussion about Jesus, and her experience as a goddess, right? And she told me her stories that she was at one point a weaver, so very similar to like the myth of Arachne, and that she had been in love with this cow herding boy, right? And that because of their love, her father had put this river in between them that had become the Milky Way, and that he could only cross the bridge once a year. Right. So I was hearing this story, and I was just like, well, do you mind telling me what your name is? And she was like, well, it's a Chin Yu. Right. And I was like, okay. So I came out of that experience, and kind of let it go. And when I'll back up and just say, like, what I was able to do was in some sense kind of like what you would go through in disassociation, where I was able to see and feel the pain without feeling threatened by it. And just, going through a divorce is like dying, except more painful. But so I was able to just process through that. It was a very moving experience, and kind of culminated in this other vision of Maximus the Confessor. Is very interesting, but that's beside the point. But when I came out of the experience, I started to research this name. I was like, well, okay. And it turns out that was her story. And it's kind of the precursor to the Arachne myth. It's a Central Asian myth around this goddess that she's called Qin Yu in China.
Very cool.
And like I'd had this encounter, and she would talk about Jesus. She would talk about Mary, and I had this conversation with her about, what do the gods feel about Jesus? And and it was kind of fun, and I mean, psychedelic experiences are kind of, you got to take them with a grain of salt, but the net effect of, helping me kind of process through some pretty heavy emotions, and being there to kind of feel somewhat protected, as I had to kind of feel the full force of you have to go through a pretty rigorous inventory of where did I go wrong, right? And that can be very difficult if you're going through something like that.
I was also going to say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And Mandy brought this up. She has something in common. We have a kiddo with a heart condition, right? And so it was, that broke me, and it sidelined me for years. And that and a few other tragic losses that kind of stacked up, boom, 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 in life in my early 30s, and I was wrecked for the better part of a decade. So coming out of that was very difficult. But the experience allowed me in some sense, and even with that one with Maximus the Confessor, I saw him in his standard iconographic representation, Eastern representation, but I could see the blood coming from his right hand that was cut off and out of his mouth. And this profound sense of, in this world, the most beautiful things are thorned with pain, right? And then these images of roses and all this kind of stuff came up. But and I don't know if you're familiar with Maximus's story, but he for his theological positions, he had his tongue ripped out and his hand cut off by the church, and then he was later vindicated.
Yes.
These experiences were, and I'm not one that says, hey, go do psychedelics, and definitely would not recommend them to anybody, because everybody's so different with how they react with them. But I also find that, honestly, contemplative practice and meditation is a far more stable way into spiritual experience. I just know that with the bipolarity, sometimes when I'm in a really dark depression, sometimes that reset button can be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's some data behind all that too, Jed. So don't.
Well, they actually, they actually tend to warn against it for people who've been bipolar, at least
right.
Type 2. It's not recommended. I've not researched it for type 1. I think, if there's some guys there's some treatment experiments going on with
For
various people,
PTSD and yeah.
and that I don't know about. But in my experience, I never advanced to much in the way of chemicals, just because it seemed like I never needed to. It was,
That's kind of where I'm at as well, Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, in the little sense, I can trip myself out pretty easy. I can sit. I used to say or imagine to myself, I could, well, put it to you this way. There's a point at which, I don't know if I can do, I've not even tried doing it now. It's been a long time, but there's a point at which I could imagine myself in my garden, in my backyard, sitting in cross-legged position, holding a rock in a kind of standard Buddhist posture, and trip out. I mean, it's just, that's my brain. My brain is so fucked up. It can send me into other zones. I can leave this world and bliss out
Mark,
almost by attention with practice. Now, I've not done it in a long time, so my practice is, I don't have a practice anymore. Go ahead.
If you want to start practicing, I request that you imagine yourself washing my dishes, and let's just see what happens.
Can I
I
just,
sound like
Well, the thing is, Mick, is that only get done on the astral plane. So,
That's
Can
all
I
I don't
just
know how much
tie
that'll
in,
help you.
can I
So it's
just tie
dangerous
in-
for me. It's dangerous for me probably to do too much of anything. But
Right.
Go ahead, Matthew.
at danger of being the JV dork that I am, and ruining any kind of momentum or anything. But this is all relevant here. I just want to tie in a couple of these larger threads here of, the insight to higher states of consciousness, to mystical experience spectrum, and that that spectrum taken on as a cultural species species en masse phenomenon of recognizing there is something way more mysterious to the everyday reality. There is something way more beyond what I have as my senses and what I have as my standard operating procedures and our cultural traditions. There's and I'm not doing the psychedelics wave the flag. I'm just trying to do the cognitive science, historical, cultural confluences of what the hell we are and how the hell we got here. I'm trying to do brass tacks. And I mentioned it on the spectrum of just from the small insight of, oh, I made a mistake in this regard of life, all the way into, oh my God, what have we done? We're drenching the world in blood. We're so self-possessed. We're so self-centered. We cause all this suffering to spark the axial revelation, or the revolution, excuse me, to be a paradigm shift in what we know and recognize as a human entity, as a loving, caring, agentic creature. I mean, it's not just something to poo-poo. It is something to sit there and at least chew on, and to at least, if not sit there and say, okay, maybe you don't need to take this hit of acid or eat the few mushrooms, but to at least acknowledge, hey, there's something to these wisdom traditions. There's something to these contemplative practices. There's something to these meditative stances and trances that are highlighting a deep and as integral to the human experience as can be. I mean, the pattern, form of experience. I mean, it's a gesture towards something that is, shouldn't just be swatted to the side. That's all.
Right. Well, and there's like kind of the pop psychedelica that is kind of all the rage right now, and I'm fairly suspicious of it. I mean, when you've got tech moguls going down and having ayahuasca trips, but still managing to leverage new forms of oppression and just psychotic architecture that drives the insanity on the internet.
But I think that's on the other end of the spectrum of what I'm trying to articulate, right?
Right. And so what's interesting about that, yeah, Chad, I'm dropping it here just a second. Would love to have you jump in. But what's interesting about it is that I think that there's this longing for transcendence, and then in our contemporary scene, there's an inability to actually experience that, and so there's kind of this there. To me, without being overly judgmental, there's an element of it that feels like a false start to me, right? Where it's like, in a sense, all I have to do is ingest something to have some sort of enlightenment experience. And my experiences with psychedelics are contextualized in a pretty rigorous spiritual practice. So it's a little bit different than, and even then it's like, I try to tread very lightly, because you're when your own mind becomes unveiled to you, there's a lot going on there, right? And the deeper architecture of your own mind it can be easy to get lost there.
But Mo's about to explode.
I'm about to explode. Let me see if I can pull these three things together, because they kept coming up, and so that's a sign that I should say it.
Sure,
but
please do.
So it connects to your vision of the tree of life and the fractal nature of both the internal and external world, kind of the infinity that goes out from us and the infinity that goes within us.
Mm-hmm.
And when you were talking about that earlier, that connected to me to Dostoevsky, when I think it's Father Zosima says, all responsible for all, kind of, or that I am responsible for the whole world, or something like that.
Right.
That kind of idea of I need to repent for the whole world. And then third, that kind of, I think that also interacts with what you were just talking about, with kind of the contrast of like, yeah, that's what it was. You said, that the drugs are basically like, that's taken in the wrong way is kind of like not the way to do it. But I think that corresponds to the self being fractal inside and outside. And so that set and setting is also external and internal. Yeah.
Right.
So that set and setting is, it's where you are, but it's got to be the kind of internal context that all that stuff is going in. And to add the Kierkegaardian piece, the self of, the relating to the relation of ourself and ourself, kind of a thing, which that gets a little too crazy. So I shouldn't have brought in that last Kierkegaard part, but Chad, please save me.
I loved that, Mo.
Chad, lay some wisdom on us, man. Good to see you, bud.
Hey there. I don't know if I have wisdom, and probably have robot stuff happening at some point here. But I was like, man, the first spiritual experience that I ever had, I was in a living room. I was about 11 years old, and I heard Dave Gilmour playing probably solo for Comfortably Numb. On its old, right? That was like a revelation. The music was like, what? And so that was the first spiritual experience I had. The second spiritual experience I had was about a year later, and I drank probably about a fifth of tequila to my head and blacked out. I don't remember it, but I know that I loved it. And I mean, I came out of it on the front lawn covered in shit with the babysitter hosing me down, saying, your mom is coming, the cops are coming, and your mom is pissed. So, like, that's where a spiritual experience like that goes for a guy like me, And so just thinking about, like, and man, I don't mean to come down harsh. I just think, like, when I hear these things about, like, I would have, how do I say this?
You're kind of choppy right now, Chad, so you might have to yell it a couple of times. We're losing you. I think I don't think we can hear you right now, Chad.
Son of a bitch.
We got you. We almost got you. Wherever you are, pull off to the side.
We heard the son of a bitch.
The most important part.
All right. Well. Here, if you want a spiritual experience,
You're
walk
good.
around the block 5 times, saying the Lord's Prayer out loud.
Yeah. And Chad, I you know, in
You
sharing
want
those experiences, like I
spiritual
certainly don't want to
experience,
hold them
walk
up as
around the block 5 times and say,
yeah. No, and there's a hazard in sharing those, that it's like trying to glorify
yeah.
what they are, and the real hazards. Like, so, you know, I hope that that's not like me saying, hey, you need to go out and try this stuff. I would actually say, you know, unless you feel particularly like,
All right.
Yeah.
Chad,
I totally agree, Jed. It's not some ideal to be held up, but I do think it's.
I think that
I would
there's a
say it's,
place for it, but
yeah, and I would also say it's at least wise to engage and wrestle with, I'm not saying you have to eat the mushrooms, but it's not bad to be around a conversation where people have
have had the, yeah.
yep.
And it's, and I think, just to echo what I did catch of what Chad was saying, like a more grounded, and sober spiritual experience, I think is in every level more preferable.
Mhm.
well,
Than,
and think about in native some Native American traditions, it's referred to as medicine, right?
Mhm.
And a lot of medicine originally wasn't engineered in a lab, but was just found in nature. So it's yeah, I have a hard time coming down hard one way or the other. I Because I don't think it's a moral absolute.
right.
What you need is what you need. You're going. Anything I say is not going to affect you. I would think would be unlikely to at least affect you to, or impact you and drive you to go do something, right? I mean, or not do it.
I do.
Certainly the negative. I know in my kids, the last thing you, as a parent, you do is say, "Don't ever do this," because you're
Right.
almost guaranteed your kid's going to do it.
I do.
So,
I do tire of people on SSRIs and Adderall telling me that I have a problem.
Yes. Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
This is
Amen.
yeah. We do like to project. Drowning people love to save other drowning people. Have you noticed?
Yes,
Right.
Chad, you didn't piss on anybody's party. That was a great point, and I think we all think
No,
it's
and I
well
really
done.
wanted to come back if he can,
Yeah. No.
because
Can I make?
he's an elder statesman here, and I think he does
Yes, he
bring
is.
a perspective that's extremely valuable.
Yes, he
Awesome.
does.
Um,
Can I?
I
Can I
would,
make?
yeah, go ahead.
Can I
Sorry.
make a comment on most? I don't want to derail it, but it stuck with. I loved what your articulation earlier, most of, and what it hit for me was, or I'm trying to recapitulate to you and see if this is maybe where is that the subtle body nature of our existence and the extended self, the extended self, the nature of the extended self. So how those, like you said, that the one in the many of us, and then how that kind of fractals out beyond us. That almost has to be you almost have to be very careful in a harmonization of that to get that set and setting right. Am I close to that? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well, and
think
I
so.
think that that's where I think that there's a sense where, I mean, in my, many explorations, and part of my problem is I'm just like an endlessly curious person, right? And
Me too.
and so I'm driven by questions and the novelty of experience, and that itself can be its own trap. I can
Yep,
testify
absolutely.
to that, because there's times where I've been open to doing and trying things that I shouldn't, right? Or giving myself permission in the well, I'm just exploring, right?
Yep.
So I'm not,
Yep.
that's just a wiring issue. But I think,
Me too.
this is something that I think is where I will give three cheers for tradition, even though I always struggle with them. Is that, to be able to root the spiritual pursuits within some sort of traditional framework, right? To where you're not just out doing this thing on your own, right? And that you're not just, trying to build reality from the ground up. Like there's been, the strength of a tradition, is that it can help, it can be a helpful framework, right? And for me, from the Christian tradition, like Christ is like the master key. He's the tuning fork that I feel like I have enough experience with him to feel like I can trust him. And these days I'm far more hesitant to go explore where I don't feel like I'm being led to explore. Right. So when I do feel particularly led to grapple with and come to a deeper understanding of the Dharmic traditions, because I see so many points of confluence. They in some sense, in conversations like these, it becomes more tools in the belt more linguistic tools to describe that ineffable experience that is life in Christ. And it's like the universal language. And
I'd almost push it even a step further with like a fruits thing. Like I was so tickled, man, when you had when I think I know who reached out and gave you my number. I'm not going to put him on blast with it, but anyway, I was so tickled, Jed, when you reached out. I'd already mentioned to a couple different people. I was like so impressed with your worldview and some of the notions you accentuate and stuff. And anyway, I just say if you go by fruits, it's like this is a perfect example. Marcus again. I mean, when you introduced him, it didn't even click for me at first. I think because some of that political stuff is just so salient, right? But it didn't. I was like, oh yeah, Mark does talk about that stuff. I was like, that's right. He would be a great freaking voice for today. And all that was in a moment. But anyway, so there's a notion too of just like, look what it's bringing us here in this moment right now, brother.
yeah. Well, I think that what's interesting in the dynamics, this is kind of like we've become very self-referential in our conversations in this little corner, right? But I think that that's the power of these kinds of conversations is it's again that spirit of exploration, where I'm exposed to different ideas, and different ways of perceiving, different ways of knowing that enable us in some senses to begin to kind of chart our course, like meaning crisis type stuff is like, where is that found? And a lot of times, like, I'm probably more natural and comfortable, like with a stack of books trying to research it, right? Versus like actually having to get out there and learn and to experience. And that's been a newer aspect of my own spiritual journey over like the last 5 to 10 years.
And frankly, some ways stack of books can be as dangerous or more so than a drop of acid. So
Oh man, I could
you can mess yourself up just as easily.
I'll tell you, one of my triggers recently has been old hymns. Every so often, I will just get struck by a damn Baptist hymn from my childhood, and it's just like the voice of God, like playing on repeat, like a mantra in my head, But like the one that's coming to mind tonight is, "You can have all this world, but give me Jesus." That one, old one, like that's kind of, yeah. And I think that for me is kind of the linchpin of why I feel safe in mystical experiences, why I feel safe in the meta crisis. It's not by any type of spiritual intellectualism, even though I have quite a bit of that. Thank you very much. It has way more to do with, like a Kierkegaardian absurd leap. Faith by nature of the absurd. And so that kind of, I feel an odd sense of protection in just being very honest with, like, as far as my left brain can tell, I'm mentally ill. I am crazy. Don't listen to anything I say. It's all hogwash and contradiction, top to bottom. And my right brain is really happy for that kind of cover. So that's kind of probably what I should end on. But I'll stay on if but I feel like the vibes might be we might be coming to a close. I don't know. It feels like we're giving our summary statements here.
Playing a little bit. I just want to tell you, McMo, that I resonate so much with what you just said, man. And to the T of Mr. Intellectual Philosophical Rigor got me. Cognitive science drugged me back to Christianity, but yet and this kind of weirdly touches into a topic we didn't get into today, Jed, but I mentioned was like just really sincerely chewing on the meaning crisis, the meta crisis, the deaths of despair that are because of it, like that. And you know, not to end on some dark note, but just what I resonate is that leap of faith, that surrendering, where I call it following the logos. I mean, I hate to say this word, it scares, but it's made me fearless. There's a fearlessness, you know, I'm scared to the brink of, or I'm happy to the brink of fear, but there's also this, you know, I've got the right aiming point, and I've got this beautiful fellowship that I can't get enough of. I mean, y'all play a huge part, TLC, but anyway, I just wanted to reemphasize what Mo said. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, kind of what you guys are kind of, you're saying there, Matthew, is corresponds to what Clara, the sociologist, said recently. If you saw that clip, that
I don't recognize. Go ahead.
The let me see if I can pull it up. The it was the interview with Grid. Mm-hmm. And I pulled it up as a clip. I clipped it and then did a little short live stream on it today.
I made a branding with that for Graham Grizz with that same clip, Mark.
Oh, you did? Okay, I got it. Let me see if am I able to share a screen? If you give
Clock Tower Discord.
I didn't have a TV till I was 11, so that explains a lot about me. I'm the last guy you want to ask about a technical issue.
There should be
hey, Mark, I can look up the video if you want.
Is that there? Did I share it?
There we go. Let me.
Yep. There we go.
Okay.
There it is.
Let's see if you might have to share audio, but
What do you find most helpful / valuable?
We're good.
What's all the slashes, guys? About the TLC and how we can improve it.
It's a beautiful space. I think people are really full of heart and full of hope, which I think is unusual in the United States right now. And they're coming together in a way that, I mean, I'm giving away the plot here, but people are coming together here in a way that they don't come together almost anywhere else. And then they're finding ways to come together in real life too. I think it's huge. I think it's transformative. I think it's going to change the world.
I did hear her say that.
I'm on a soapbox now. I don't know.
I did hear her say that now that you mention it. I did hear her. I'm at work all day long, Mark, just plugging away. And
yeah.
So anyways, I did hear her say, and it's going to change the world. And I about dropped a wrench.
I know. I think it even took Grim
back.
Yeah. You can see.
Yeah, you're right.
Did this thing.
And he's not a.
I zoomed in on it.
Oh, good job.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for that, Mark.
So that's something that I think I hope everybody takes a little victory lap, enjoy it a little bit. That the people who participate in this space.
Amen.
It's because we are kind of, I think it was in a state of frustration when I jumped in on Poor Christian's live stream recently, and I just said, you know, because he said we're kind of here. We're here to promote something, right? And I kind of said, dude, I feel like I'm more like cannon fodder, you know, for whatever it is. You know, I put myself up on the screen. I'm going to do it until they throw me off or I can't take it anymore, one or the other. But we're doing it, I feel like, to, in some ways, each in our own ways, to promote the kingdom of God, I guess you could say, or to realize it, or to fellowship. I think there's very little self-promotion in it, and what we're building is, I think that what Claire expressed was kind of confirmation of that feeling I had when I was talking to Christian, that we're doing something more than what is typical. It's unique. We're stumbled into it. We're participating. We didn't make it, but yet we're part of the. We're making bricks, you know, in the process, you know.
Well, what's interesting, Mark, is you're describing that, and then as I don't know the lady's name who was I don't know the sociologist's name, but Clara. Okay, so what Clara was saying, and like I got like kind of that visual image again of like the Platonic procession remaining in return, right? Is like, in a sense, like we, in this little corner, we go out into life, kind of, exploring the edges of the map. And then there's this return back, and we're bringing it back together through our stories and our conversations. That somehow is, I think that there's a kind of at least a unifying principle here, is all of us are interested in the spiritual life, interested in connecting with God in some way. I would say predominantly Christian, but, also, we've got, Jewish interlocutors and Muslims and, atheists. And there's a kind of this interesting mix of characters that each bring a perspective that I think, where the parts become, where the whole is the sum of the whole, or some of the parts is, what is that, greater than the whole or whatever, but there's a synergistic effect there. But RJ, you wanted to jump in, man. Did you have something you wanted to riff off of, or any particular thoughts, amigo?
Yeah, at the very least, and you caught me stepping away for just a second.
I did it on purpose.
At least I was smart enough to keep the camera off so no one clips me out of my chair. But the thing I wanted to add, and what prompted me to want to jump in, was to echo the sentiment about just how grateful I personally am for the space existing, and all the wonderful conversations, and just the power of conversations to bring about the optimism that the video spoke to a little bit. And here I'm coming back to screen right now. And with Mark in chat and Matthew, and we had such a good conversation with Jed on the 24-hour stream. I figured kind of now with the conversation veering towards this a little bit would be the worst time to say hi.
Yeah. Well, I know you were dropping some questions in the chat. Was there anything, like any particular, beyond the gratitude that everybody in this little corner is somehow awesome?
I want to give you your flowers. You were so impressive for that 24-hour. The way you liaisoned and provoked Hezi and Jed. I was blown away, brother. You did. It was masterful.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. I really, really do. That's what I seek to do as far as jumping on some of these streams. You guys said Abraham Ram Dass existentialism and Kierkegaard, so it's kind of like summoning me with Beetlejuice a little bit.
I felt
You're
the
mine,
same
bitch.
way.
You're mine, bitch.
They started talking about, oh God, what was it? Goethe and Shunyata or something. I said the same thing in the chat. I said, I gotta get home and get on this.
And then somebody you guys were talking about Alan Watts before, and it's like for me, just my 2 cents, and like reading Alan Watts and Christopher Hitchens at the same time was a bit of a trip on its own.
Oh, so, wow. Yeah.
And that was like 2012-ish. And I didn't really, 24-hour live stream, first stream I've done. And then I was on Discord for like a week before that. So like that just speaks to, like I was saying, the power of the conversations, and having the open hand, and the power of the table.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hospitality.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's
good stuff.
That's at the heart of, at the heart of what I see, like the Eucharist, right? We have it in this elevated ritualistic way, especially Episcopal, Catholic, or Orthodox. It's a very elevated sense, but in its first iteration, it seemed an awful lot like a family meal, right? And in some ways, I think we need to elevate it, and it's appropriately elevated. But there is, it's because that experience seems so remote from us that we elevate it in the form of ritual. But what it was, Jesus and his disciples, breaking bread together, and that's where it kind of all starts. And it's that family conversation, in a sense, that I think there's something profoundly Eucharistic at the heart of it.
Amen. I got to do the lived experience thing. The image you just described, and by the way, Pajot goes into it extensively on the fractal of breaking bread. The gratitude for a meal, then the love and affection and gratitude and sacrifice for having a meal with a family and loved ones, all the way up to, like you said, the ultimate ritual of the Eucharist. But as a lived experience for me, just to do the selfish me thing, I'm the youngest of 5 in an Italian American family. My
Your mom had
what
5 of you. Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
yes,
That's a household.
Amore.
and I'm the youngest, right? So there was, I don't know how to say it. I guess I'm the least developed, right? So it's just imagine. Anyway, my point. I don't want to make this too much. My point is what I'm trying to get at is the image you're describing. That symbol of the cherished, blessed family meal, brother. That's in my bones as deep as it comes. That's what I'm aiming for.
It's Italian, yeah.
Right now, that's the image I have. That's my heaven. That's my heavenly Jerusalem. My pop holding court, hands are going, orchestrating this kid's day, this kid's point, this joke here, that joke there. The conversation, just so much love, so much liveliness, so much emotion. Navigating every topic open, navigating the stresses, the complexities, the dramas, the traumas of the day. I mean, I'm getting emotional thinking about it right now, but I mean, that's what I'm aiming for in my life. That's what I'm looking for is, to if I get lucky to maybe recreate a piece of that, so.
Well, it's an interesting, because that's the culmination of the Christian understanding of the eschaton. It culminates in the marriage supper, right? And that we're united by backstage. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Come on in, Alan. How you doing, man?
Hey.
But yeah, it's that family experience, right? And I think that there's an element of that we can lose. Again, this is me speaking on both sides of my mouth, right? There's an element we can lose in tradition when we forget that that's what it's signifying, right? Is that that God's in Christ reconciling all things to himself. And if we know anything from the biblical narratives, it's the narrative of a long broken family history, right? And the bringing of those things back together, and those of us that experience brokenness in our families, and I think probably all of us to some level have, right, is that there is a meal that awaits us, and these kind of moments are the taste of what's coming and what comes out of those family meals, and you don't always stay at the table, but you take the table with you wherever you go.
That's right. That's right. And the spirit in the loving spirit of engagement in dialogos is, I mean, I'm just going to use it's why it was it's why I described to the few people that have gotten a little bit closer. It's why I described to them that this is the fellowship I was always looking for. This is why TLC was so obvious to me. It's why I've given so much credit on, when I moved my life last summer, so much credit was because I knew I had the secret weapon in my back pocket. It's because I think we are, it's that, Christians doing good on freaking trademark and all these things, but it's this, we're practicing the conversation craft that had gotten so famined in our culture. And I was so used to it. I was so suffocated from not being able to do that. So when I found y'all, when I found this place, I was like, oh, these are my people. This is it. It's a perfect exemplification, because at that conversation, it can go anywhere. We can do stupid jokes. We can have silly stories about the day, or it can be heart-wrenching, traumatic experience of the most deep human experience you can imagine. Pleading your heart to your brother, to your actual father. It's the whole environment opened up, the whole realm of discourse at our fingertips, and I'm so grateful.
Can I go back and connect two things? And I just want to be curious if you guys have anything on it. I think Jed mentioned the 7 chakras at one point, and Matt, you said you're Italian, and I have. Does the word 7 fishes mean anything to you?
Oh gosh, I'm also Mr. Biblically illiterate, so you might.
Feast of the 7 fishes.
Exactly,
Feast of the 7 fishes. Let's go.
Okay.
Because Okay, so I'm very thankful. I have to shout out a good friend of mine who invited me several times to his family Christmas dinner, and that's the Feast of the Seven Fishes.
Okay.
So
I got you now.
I don't know if there's something about the number 7 in that. I don't know.
Well, I know that
7 seems to be a big number, so you can
Well, I think
find it where you want to find it.
you certainly do, and I'll just say one thing, and I think it connects to that notion of the octave, right? The 7 notes that are typically on our musical spectrum form the octave, and then the 8th is the repeat of the pattern. And I think that, I mean, I wouldn't say like there's solely 7 heavens, but I would say these are primary, right? In a sense that there's the way I would describe that is they envelop and interpenetrate the nature of our reality. And they're realistically in the rendering that Irenaeus gives is they are all subsumed by the one heaven, the highest heaven, which is wisdom. So he uses the Ptolemaic model of the universe, right? So the planetary spheres with the outer edge. So the highest of the outer edge of those planetary spheres would be containing all the rest, in a sense. And so that whole notion of wisdom being the highest unitive point of that experience. And I take wisdom to be synonymous with the essential life of God, right? However we want to render Sophia theologically, she's got this mysterious presence within Scripture as Lady Wisdom. But she's in some senses like that womb or that matrix or the dance floor where it's all happening.
Mm-hmm.
So could I just add the image in the juxtaposition of both tagging on to the 7, both what you were just sharing as what you were sharing came to mind for me was Enoch and his vision, as well as Ezekiel, but then Elijah and Elijah's cup at the Seder. Not 8, but in this case, there's 4 cups of wine, and the 5th is left for Elijah, which arguably is a similar, or if not the same pattern.
Symbolically.
Yeah. So, and then but the Seder also has a certain order to it in the sense of the chakras. So I'm just kind of like thinking out loud a little bit, but I wonder if we could throw it to Mark. And if he has any thoughts on kind of like the way that the shunyata holds things together in a similar sense that the Great Mother holds things together in a sense, or maybe I could throw it to Matthew then since he's nodding. And
I think that's very similar. Go ahead, Mark, if you got it.
Go ahead.
I think it's very similar. I think it also, I can go into the Neoplatonism of the form connects to the matter. The form is pressed and received on the receptacle that is the matter. And also I loved where Jed went, but I also think there's another gesture, there's another image of the interfacer, right? There's something about the woman at the well because here's where I go is that I just put my cards on the table. If God, if the ultimate reality is this thing that is beyond our grasp, then all we can do is gesture and imitate and symbolically, symbolically effort at it. Well, that means that entails that there is never this actual contact. And so what I would say is that the liaison is this mysterious, always falling away material realm, the motherly realm, the shunyata that keeps peeling away to be the profound emptiness that is the dance floor that all reality takes place on. That's how I saw it.
Okay, so that brings me back to my question: if you've ever thought about Saint Francis of Assisi, and I guess I'm asking on behalf of your grandmothers a little bit.
Yes, I'm I've heard of Assisi, right? Francis of Assisi is with the animals and being able to speak to the wilderness a little bit, right? There's a little bit of that symbolically there. The other, the Feast of the Fishes, yeah, I just have to plead ignorance on that one. The only other thing it reminds me of, and it's just on my edges here symbolically, is, we don't eat. We're very, very funny on our diets during certain times of the year. We don't eat meat. I think it's Lent that we have to eat fish on Fridays, and fish is this fish is this weird in between meat, right? It's this meat that comes out of the depths. It's this gift from the chaotic waters.
Ichthus as well.
I was about to say if anybody had anything on that.
Yeah,
I
ichthus.
didn't hear you, most.
Yeah, so ichthus is the Greek word, I think, for fish, but it's also the symbol like that they have on the back of cars,
Okay.
like the fish symbol.
Yep.
You'll often see one with legs that says Darwin inside of it, eating another fish, which is a nice little, game over theists. The the materialists have won with their bumper sticker. But yeah, no, the Feast of the Seven Fishes hits completely different in the southeast on the coast, man. It is
Okay.
sick. It's like a low country boil with some crab thrown in. They get a little liberal in what they consider a fish. I will say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
This
like
is all my heritage.
seafood buffet, dude. It is awesome. Some Italian, southern seafood for Feast of the Seven Fishes. My wife's family doesn't do this, but as soon as my wife realized that she was like as soon as she heard about Feast of the Seven Fishes, she was like, "Oh, it's over. We're doing that every year. That is like Christmas tradition now." So, yeah,
Can
that's one of my favorite times of year.
can you in very short
Do you mind if I just
way?
jump in there and just offer, Young God, if you ever just really need a hug, you just let me know, bud. I will give you a huge hug.
RJ, can you restate your question for me real quickly, the one that you wanted that answered?
Um,
Shunyata and the Divine Mother, I believe, is what you're referencing, right?
if I could redefine for Mark, I'm wondering how much the access to the no mind or to the presence of calm and stillness has been a step on a path to being able to tend the garden, to use an image.
Yeah, I just think of the first
Yeah.
the first step of the eightfold path is right view or realistic view. So if if you start to see reality as empty, that's right view. You're beginning to see the world as you're beginning to see being in this world as it is, and that's the first step. That's just opening the door. Would be how I would just off the top of my head start.
So I would echo that back with just a very brief image from my background where
Sure.
I wish Hezi was here to like tell me if I'm overstepping or not. The when you first mold a cup out of clay, it's never been used before, and for it to fulfill its cupness, it needs to be filled. And there's the unfilling and then the refilling of the cup. That's where I love the cleaning of the lens a little bit more, for as far as like gaining eyes to see. But Jed's got like this image of the fisherman in the background that keeps noodling me a little bit. But Mark, I interrupted.
No.
I'll speak for Hezi, because what came to mind for me was I think this is slightly Kabbalistic. I don't know enough to know if it is or it isn't, but there's an idea of the kind of first creation of God basically being Sophia. I always think of Logos instead of Sophia for some reason, but I know that they're very different. So I'll try to use Sophia. But yeah, there's this kind of like in order for a God who's infinite to create something, he has to first kind of surround a nothingness for there to be space for him to create something. And so this was kind of, I don't remember who, this is not my thought. It's not original to me. This is me remembering something somebody said a long time ago or whatever. But like, that was what was resonating for me, because I don't know the word you guys keep using. But yeah, I think that there's something about that kind of, what you said, Mark, about the like noticing that life in this world is emptiness. That's what thought to me is like, I'm not sure if I can go so far as to say that the world is empty, but I do think that there is this kind of fundamental contradiction that like we wouldn't even know emptiness if we didn't have the fullness kind of a thing. So, but yeah, that's just where my mind goes.
Hey, Alan, I just wanted, we've been kind of talking around you. Did you have anything, like some thoughts that you wanted to share, man?
No, I'm good right now. I'm just listening.
Just
But
listen. Okay.
yeah, appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool.
The thing that brought me, this is why I'm not a Buddhist, I could say, even though I came, I am and I'm not. I mean, if I am Christian. One way to put it is I became I became a Buddhist to learn how to become a Christian. And now that I'm where I'm at, I still use some of the knowledge and techniques that I picked up. I mean, well, part of my story is as soon as I became a card-carrying Tibetan Buddhist, my guru, Garchen Rinpoche, within hours, basically sent me back with the message: now go be an American and a Christian. And you know, go. And it's a kind. It was, and I think it was a kind of karma yoga instruction. You've been placed here to be. My place is to be a Christian here in this life. So not knowing what that meant, it took me some years to figure it out, and it finally and more visionary experiences. I'm sorry to say, for all those Protestants out there, my story must make you all cringe. I'm sorry.
I love it.
I like the woo.
Can I just say that resonates with me so much that I became a Buddhist to learn how to become a Christian. That resonates a lot with me, Mark. Still.
Cool.
All I'm gonna
Yeah.
say is there's a reason I know what shunyata means, and it's not because I was reading the Torah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how. There's several things. Hezi presents all. Hezi and Jacob both present challenges to me. I'm not. I'm learning from them as fast as I possibly can, and no doubt I frustrate them. But on the other hand, I am as a Christian, I am fairly. I would say, if I would say I stand on anything dogmatically as a Christian, I am a Pauline Christian, and so it is a view that, by which I mean. I see us as slaves to sin. I think that we die. It's to be a true disciple of Christ is Philippians 2. Have their mind. My mind is to be like Christ, who was willing to give up being God on the throne of God, to descend even to the cross. And 1 Corinthians 15, the resurrection is from corruptible flesh to incorruptible spirit. This sort of thing. So that's my view. Is it's all epistle to the Romans and 1 Corinthians 15, and like I said, book Galatians. That's where I live. And then of course Jesus is at the center of it all. And for me, that's the best crystallized in the Sermon on the Mount. But I love all the Gospels. I'm in them all the time. I can't get out of them. In fact, I can't do other reading because I can't stop reading this stuff.
Amen, brother.
Very unsophisticated, though. I mean, I am a Gentile. I mean, and this is the thing, is when I say I'm Pauline, I don't have any desire to go back and be a Noahide. I want to know what they mean by it, but I don't feel any drive for it. And I can't completely syncretize or connect what I know that they're in the Lord, and I know that, just as Paul says, we are grafted into the promises for Israel through faith. We are grafted into Israel. We are children of adoption. They are children by nature, in a sense. They are God's. So we're kind of playing second fiddle to their tune, you know,
Mark,
and
I
I'm
just
okay
thought of
with that. Go ahead, Bill.
I just thought of a joke.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try it out on you guys. What did one Jewish guy say to another Jewish guy when he was trying to find bacon on the low? He
What?
said, "Oh, don't worry, I know a hide."
But I don't know how to make. I still don't know how to make the whole. I have no desire to baptize Hezi and Jacob, right, into my faith. On the other hand, I don't know how to completely make work their view of Jesus and my view of Jesus, because Christ is alive in me. And it's not just something I take abstractly from a book. That's my experience because I'm a madman. I'm nuts.
Mark,
You know?
can I ask you your thoughts on a Ram Dass quote that's related to this? And if you
Sure.
don't see the connection, I'm happy to paint it for you. But I don't think
I've probably
anyway.
heard it or read it.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. From the Noahide perspective, as I understand it, and as I'd like to participate in it myself, some of us may not feel that we need to take a bus to Denver because we're already in Denver. So I don't know if that helps you think about anything or not, but I had a different question as well. So
well, that kind of what you're saying is I think I can grok it if I do a Ram Dassism. It's what you're saying is I don't need to get anywhere because I'm there, right? There's nowhere to go except where I'm at, which goes to what I'm wondering was like this was a question to pursue with Jedediah and Matthew along the same lines as what are you pursuing when you take a psilocybin trip or something, right? What are you when you're looking for another spiritual experience? What are you pursuing? I'm not trying to project.
No,
I think that's great.
Totally
and
fine.
I can
It's a challenge. We see the thing is am I getting lazy because I don't do that anymore? So that's part of my concern. I do really want to understand. I really want to understand as much as I can to have fellowship with Jews as best as I can. But I don't know if it's for my own spiritual transformation, and is that just laziness on my part? Have I stopped that? I don't feel a need to do any spiritual practices at this point, except for what I'm doing. I'm just at this point. I'm living.
Went with it, but I wasn't asking it on that level.
Okay.
I was asking it more of in the sense of like going back to the baptism thing, and wanting us to be in like there's a certain part of what I hear being worked out. It's like wanting them to be in the circle and not knowing where the circle is. Not even that. Wanting us to be in the circle and noticing us be in the same room at the same time is a bit confusing, maybe. And that's what I was saying about we're all kind of already in Denver, and that can be a little confusing.
I see.
But to your thing about like what you had shared, I think if you're asking the question, then you're not being lazy. I think if you weren't even asking the question, and it sounds like you very much have been, then I don't think laziness is something that would be a concern that I would have if I were in your shoes.
I agree with that RJ. Mark, did you want to respond to that or
no? I
because
I don't know if I answered the question even correctly or appropriately, but it's but yeah, it's resonating. It's getting there. I find it. I'm amazed at the. See, the problem is all I have at my fingertips is really, I don't have the language for them. Maybe that's the problem. I can't communicate, and maybe it's because I need to learn Hebrew or something. I don't know, but I can't. I've yet to acquire the language system to completely communicate with them. So I feel like I'm constantly. Hezi's a kind of wall to me. He's unmovable, but he's resonating all this information. It's just he's you ask him a question and boom, he can just take you right to Talmud and Sage and.
But here's the thing. I again I resonate so much with that, and I just poked in earlier a second ago because I was gonna answer your prompt earlier, and I was gonna do it in a certain. But I just want to say again, I resonate with that, except for the wall image, because it's not that I'm trying. When I and I don't have much relation and interaction with Hezi. I have a little bit, but I do have this. I have much admiration for Hezi. So the when you said he
right,
is
it's brilliant. That's the thing.
Brilliant.
I'm not. Yeah, it's this. It's when I said wall, I'm imagining the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. There's something. It's something ancient and permanent.
Okay.
And he's rooted so deeply in his tradition. Yeah, yeah.
This is my on my edge of my Christianity. So just bear with me. The Christian move, it's not about Noahide. It's not about Christianity. It's not about theology. The Christian move, it's about relationality. It's about loving Hezi. It's about it's about engaging with Hezi in the most genuine, most beautiful way you can, Mark, and keep cultivating. And this goes right into my other comment. Okay. And keep cultivating that relationship and that discourse and that dialogos. Because this is what I was going to say to your comment. And I was actually going to kind of turn it back towards all of TLC. And if you agree with the premise that JV is working with on this philosophical, spiritual Silk Road, is that because I could also ask myself is what do I get out of what am I here for? What do I take a few mushrooms maybe once a year? That's a great question, and I would love to meditate on that. But it's also, why am I obsessed with the philosophical Silk Road? Because I am home. I feel like I have found home. I'm very comfortable, safe, fearless in my little digital fellowship, the embodied fellowship that I'm really cultivating and leaning in more and participating in. In my theological and my philosophical rigor that is can also be just washed away as kind of the BS if what we're trying to highlight and emphasize is the relationships. And so I think what I'm here for is, it's going to sound redundant. I get it both. I'm almost a hog and shit. Like I'm so happy here because I love the philosophy. I love the cocktail. I love the conversation. I love that intellectual dance. But I'm also, and I figured I got drugged here by my nose, but I'm a lover, man. I'm an extrovert. I'm a people person. I know I want to make friends. I know when I go to California, I'm going to try and get down to see. I know when I get back to the East Coast and I'm over there near Spruce Pines, I'm going to try and reach out to Mosif, to Jason. Like, I want to cultivate these relationships. That's why I'm back on. That's why I come back to the Silk Road over and over again. Though I have a home, though I don't need to sojourn it for this seeker vision anymore. That's why I'm here. And so I would say that's where I go for the reboost and the reset button of a psychedelic trip, is because I know how it affects my embodied phenomenological stance. It's a simple metaphor, but yeah, when it's done right in the proper sense, obviously all those caveats, it's a refresher. It's a clean slate. It's a, hey man, you can get back and really, really see, and maybe in some, construals and heretical accusations. Yeah, it's wrong. It's not, but for me, where I stood in my journey, it's about and this ties all the way back to the Zen. So we're trying to do a real gymnastic move. It's about the phenomenological embodied stance. Am I being better? Am I participating fuller in the story and message that Christ embodied? And that I don't need I don't need the traditions to sanction that in that regard.
Well, what made
Hell yeah,
the image
brother.
that came to my mind when you were talking, Matthew, is, I don't know if I hope no one takes the wall reference too firmly, and or it's just a metaphor. But the metaphor that came up to describe myself was more like what, as you were talking. If Hezzy's a wall, I'm like a flower. Here today, gone tomorrow. I don't feel or maybe I'm one of those little flowers that's embedded into the cracks of the wall that somehow blooms out of it. But yeah, and I'm okay with both of us being what we are. I'm not exactly sure what I have to offer him or what I have to. I think you're completely right. The Christian path is so much. It is love, relationship, and something. It's that's our game.
I'll go further. I'll take it one step further because I think you're right, and I think it's obvious. He's a brilliant. I mean, and Jacob, he calls him a rabbi. And let's be real, Jacob's brilliant too. The amount of brilliance in this corner is insane.
Right. Yeah, there's no shortage of brains. I mean, it's like everybody here is smarter than me. I'm looking at everybody.
It's crazy. I have a PhD brother. I've been around it since I came out the womb. It's crazy. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of obvious then if you just take it a step further. What would if and when, and I'm not even going to say transform. What I'm going to say, what would stick? What Hezzy would notice as ultimate is he says, "Oh my gosh, I love all these Christians, and these Christians love me, and look how many Christians, and look how much love they give to me." That's the only theological move there is in Hezzy's beautiful, robust, abundant, existential stance that we all love him for. I love him for it. I go to him for it. I eat it up. He's one of the first people I clicked on Federici's Corner for when he's going through all these old stories and getting all these symbolic tropes and time. It's one of my favorite dancers to see in TLC. But that's where my intuition is one day he wakes up and he says, I love all these Christians. All these Christians love me, and it may not even get to a next philosophical move, but even that awareness, it's like that's the Christian victory in my mind.
Matt, can I jump in when McMo's when?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me offer some. I feel listening to Mark is very interesting. The way you described Hezzy for sure, because I feel a similar groundedness in the kind of cultural, Jonathan Demir called it the oral tradition of the Bible. Like I remember all the stories because I just was raised in it, like that's my, even more than like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter, like I was imagining the Bible stories, and when I got smart enough to understand the epistles, I was obsessed with the epistles, and then I got a little older and wiser and got obsessed with like the Psalms and the Proverbs and the wisdom literature. But what I want to offer, which I think kind of connects what Matthew was talking about with the existential stance, and 3 Bible characters, 2 from the Torah, Old Testament scriptures, and 1 from the New Testament. And because I think the first 2 are, and I want to talk to Hezzy more about this because I feel like we broached the topic at one point, but kind of, I don't remember where the conversation went after that. I think it might have been on one of those long, one of the long streams or whatever. But so the first 2 characters are Melchizedek and Rahab, the harlot, who marries Joshua, I believe. And those are 2 examples of Gentiles who interact with God's chosen people in very weird ways compared to the rest of the Gentiles in the scriptures. Melchizedek is offered gifts from Abraham, I believe. Like Abraham, I think the word is almost like he worships Abraham or something like that. Or Abraham worships Melchizedek, excuse me. And so there's this weird Melchizedek figure who obviously in the book of Hebrews gets compared to Christ. But then there's also Rahab, who, the language is always with Rahab and other Gentiles throughout the scriptures, but like the language is often used as grafted in, and so that would be, I think, the place of negotiation between us who are, down with the Noahide thing in some respects, but are not willing to give up our devotion to Christ as Lord. And so I think that like, but then the last one is the most important because I think it connects what Matthew was saying and what you were saying, Mark. And it's the Gentile lady in who comes to Jesus when he's at a meal and she asks something from him, and it's one of the controversial verses where he's like, "Do you expect me to give the riches of
The Syrophoenician woman.
yeah, yeah, to the dogs?" And her response is, "Yeah, but even the dogs get the scraps." And so I think that as a Gentile, that has offered me much relief in a sense, because my stance to the Jews is, for me at least, is always of Jews first because of Romans. Like it's offered first to the Jews and then to the Gentiles, but then also just as like a respect of like my best friend in the whole world is closer to Hezi in his understanding of more than likely is closer to Hezi in the way he understood Scripture than I am. And so it's just like I very much get the feeling when I'm listening to Hezi of like just a very lucky dog who's like got a very generous very generous child at the connecting it back to the parlato table. I'm getting cacio pepe and like rigatoni, all of the lasagna, and I'm just a dog. I'm just a mangy mutt from like the backwoods of Georgia. So
Just
like
save the carbonara for me.
yeah, there you go.
We hungry?
I've gotta go, guys. Is there anything that I need to answer or say, or just say thank you and see you later? Jedediah's got to be exhausted. You've been at this now 3.5 hours, and did you start with him, Matthew?
Yeah. Matthew and I are marathoners. We can keep going for a little while. I got some juice left in me. This charges my batteries. So
Okay, good. So if there's nothing else that you need from me, I'm going to leave. And please do feel free to ping me by email.
Yeah.
Or use my phone number. Get my number from Luke.
Yeah.
Let's hook up, and not that. That's bad. That's a bad phrase in this culture. Different generation. Let's connect, and
I'll hook up with you anytime.
Generation, Mark. Great. Yes. Okay, that'll be interesting.
Nice.
We can lock beards.
Absolutely.
Now that's weird.
A holy kiss.
So yes, and we'll do. I'd love to. Because I'd love to go into a deep discussion with all of you guys individually, because I think you have a lot to say that I've not heard everybody's story. It's probably out there somewhere, but I'd like to hear your stories.
Yeah.
Okay. God bless, guys.
God bless you.
Bye, Mark.
Bye.
Hey, RJ, I wanted to come back to something that you were saying. It's so funny. Sometimes the questions you ask, it's almost like you pick at something that's kind of inside of me at times that is interesting. So you were talking about Elijah's cup. And so before I launch into some extended tirade here, I'm curious what was motivating that question, and if you can recall and maybe expand on the point you were trying to make there with that.
Am I coming through okay? I switched headphones.
100% loud and clear.
Sweet. These are new, so I'm still figuring out the buttons and whatnot. The Elijah's Cup thing wasn't really a question.
Okay.
Just to clarify, but I'm happy to expound on it, because the thing was more of a question if Matt knew anything or had ever done the 7 fishes thing, or if that was a connection point between the two of you. But I'll connect that, and I'll connect a couple other things, because this is actually what I kind of wanted to raise my hand about.
Sure.
I want to go back to what Mark was saying, and I guess on the reflection, I do wish he had stayed for just maybe a minute or two longer, but there's always tomorrow. So with that said, Ram Dass has this image of walking each other home, which, him hanging out with Stamets and Leary as buddies at Harvard, that makes perfect sense. But it's not so much the psychedelic aspect to that, but I wanted to bring that back in holding hands, as it were, with what Matt was saying about fellowship. And I'll take a moment to say I very much agree with the things he was saying about finding fellowship in this space, and to tack that onto what was being said in and around and about Hezi is something that I felt very welcomed at this dinner table in particular. And I wanted to say that in the sense of the bringing back the dinner table image, to go circle back to the thing about Elijah's cup. And I wanted to bounce that off with what McMo was saying about Melchizedek and Rahab and Melchizedek's relationship to the stranger. Because Melchizedek is the one who Abraham is the stranger to in that sense. And you know, he comes bearing gifts, but it's not like it's a gift in the sense of it's a token of respect, and there's a level of almost implied discipleship almost, but that might be over my bounds to say that from my tradition's perspective, but it's certainly within mine. The thing I wanted to go back to about the stranger being welcomed in hospitality and the dinner table, and Vermaat, I want to connect that to JV's talk where he talks about rehoming. And I wanted to offer the image of kind of even if the field is raised and it's on fire, well, that's kind of when it's the most fertile at the same time. And that connects back to kind of shoring back up the household and things like that, so that, you know, you can have a place to come back and have a dinner table too. And Elijah's cup is connected to the dinner table very much. Elijah's cup is for those who are not familiar watching on stream in the future now, you know, it is the uncounted fifth cup at the dinner table during the Passover meal, which is the Paschal meal. So it would have been present at the Last Supper.
By the way, that's my last name.
Yeah.
Pascal?
Pascal.
Oh, cool. I don't have to dox you then.
You can.
So I want to connect your last name and what I just said about Elijah's cup to what you've got in your background, which is this image of the boat. And I don't know if you guys remember kind of what I was speaking towards imagistically last time, or I guess when we technically first met. But someone was very kind enough to extend to me the image of kind of casting a net, as it were. And I want to just put that in connection with what I understand the grafting onto the tree and the Noahide thing, from my perspective, is a project of love. It's a project of learning how to love each other through the words we choose, but also learning how to love through the words that we choose to hear. But I don't like that word choice because English not my favorite language in the world. You know, I guess choosing to listen with love would be the better way to put that. And that takes both people coming to the table. And I'll just slip on as my last thought. This is where I was talking towards the prodigal son. And the MMT thing tickled me silly. I really wanted to jump in because, I guess on my potential future rando conversation, I'll talk about how I went to a Jesuit college and learned about finance, but that's another conversation for another day.
Yeah. I would love to have a conversation on that. We'll wade into those waters in another conversation. But
lots of money in art.
The reason why I asked the question,
I just got that. I'm so sorry. No, you're fine.
But yeah, so the reason why I ask you the question, and I appreciate it, RJ, is prior to 2015, I was a very convinced Presbyterian in the Reformed tradition, right? So it was a deeply embedded and Calvinistic, but better. You know, we do our Calvinism extra hard. But I had a very powerful spiritual experience in 2015 that really, it altered the entire trajectory of my life. And there was a lot going on there. And one of the things was, in it, I had seen Christ in everything, but it was essentially an apocalyptic experience. Now, manic depressive. It was happening in the course of a mania. So, so it's, when I'm communicating this, just be aware that this is not, this was kind of an out there experience, but was watching the apocalypse unfold in front of my visual field. And it was the first really truly visual, one of the first really truly visual visionary type experiences that I had. And I had this very intimate experience in the experience as Elijah, right? Now, and I knew there's a separation and a difference, but what was very interesting in the experience is I even knew in the moment that maybe there was an intimate connection, in just spiritual connection to his story and into kind of the trajectories that his life and ministry. And, we would say as Christians, John the Baptist is kind of a second coming of Elijah in a sense. And there's the sense where Jesus says, he's come and then he will come again and restore all things. Right. And what I was seeing in the context of this experience at the universal level was this figure, and like his mantle was coming down on a generation of people. So it wasn't just like one coming of Elijah, but it was more of a collective identification with. And my background was, biblical studies, Old Testament studies. So I'm pretty well steeped in the academic literature. I'm not like Hezi and Yosef, who are also deeply rooted in the rabbinic tradition. So there's probably a lot there that I'm ignorant of. But if we look at what Elijah was doing in his time, he was turning the hearts of God's people back to God, and these really spectacular displays and sometimes disturbing displays. And then in the prophet Malachi, speaks of his coming and that he will restore the hearts of the fathers to the children and children to their fathers. And then Jesus speaks of this that he will come and restore all things, or it depends on how you translate it, but an agent of restoration or reconciliation in some sense. And I felt like this experience, what it taught me through the many years since it's happened, and being able to step back, and it's burned in me. So it's not something that, you could say it was a psychotic experience or whatever. Like, I'm fine with that. It's neither here nor there. But what it kind of brings to mind, like the verses that get associated with John the Baptist out of Isaiah 40 of laying low the high places and raising up the low places to make straight the way for the Lord. And, I saw this, ultimately culminating in the second coming, but, to decontextualize it from that direct Christian context into where I think if I were to, be very open and transparent in ways that are not comfortable for me to speak of this in public, but I will, is where I see God at work in our time. And I see it it happens in this little corner, and it happens in a lot of other places, underneath all the mess and the fires that are happening in the world. I mean, that's the nature of, whether this is the apocalypse or just an apocalypse. We're kind of in this strange, we've entered a strange inflection point in history where whatever comes out on the other side is going to be completely different than the world that we have coming into it. Is I saw that there are, in a sense, these forerunners that are intimately involved in that act of reconciliation. And what I was seeing in this apocalyptic vision was not it followed the normal apocalyptic beats of, terrible things were happening in the world, but that wasn't what the story was. The story was what God was doing with his people. And what I was seeing is it wasn't just as even a predominantly Christian thing. It was about God's, deeper promises to humanity, and in a sense of restoring our sense of what it means to be in his image. And I think that the way these conversations, in a sense, model that spirit that I saw in that experience, is in a way like we're leveling the landscape, so to speak, where that encounter with God, that is that transformative encounter that shifts and changes our vision of the world and our sense of purpose and place within it, and the kind of gives us a mission or a reason to be, That's what's happening now. That's the real game of what's happening in the world, not what conflicts are raging around the world, not the culture wars, not the all the ways that we're trying to destroy each other. There's a deeper work at hand of reconciliation. And sometimes, like, to use like the recovery metaphors, is sometimes you have to bottom out, and sometimes you need the mess to show itself so you can find the way through it. And I think that the way we find the way through it is through this conciliatory action that is deeply rooted in love. And I came away from that apocalyptic experience a very convinced Calvinist into a convinced universalist that was seeing like this deeper and very profound sense of God's work in the world as something that was fundamentally good, and it wasn't about winners and losers. And so, anyway, it was something that, so when we talk about Elijah's cup, I think in a sense that's a cup set on the table for us to drink, not in the sense that we are Elijah individually, but we're partaking in that cup of that deep work. And I see it at work across traditions, Jewish, Christian. I've had amazing conversations with Muslim friends, and I think beneath all the tensions that are at work in the world, there's a deeper longing for us to be reconciled, and somehow this thing comes together, and I do get disturbed. Even having that apocalyptic experience shifted my understanding of what that even means. And I find it deeply disturbing that, in a sense, we're doing this to ourselves, right? And that people are doing things to bring it about that is unleashing a lot of suffering in the world. Oftentimes out of deeply religious sentiment, that there's that dark side of religion that I think it's showing itself forth. If I were to say, in our time, there's definitely trouble in the house of Abraham, right? And, things have not always gone well for Abraham's family. We rarely all of the branches, whether spiritual or physical, we're always kind of fighting with each other.
He kicked out his firstborn and tried to sacrifice his secondborn.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fraught story to begin with.
This is the father of our faith, y'all.
I know.
There's no anxiety in our homes whatsoever, guys.
Right.
We're a very calm, non-litigious people.
Yeah, that's one of the least talked about prophecies that Jesus just continues to nail. Wars and rumors of wars.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah,
damn, it really do be like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, when you were saying that, it just resonated at that level, and without getting into all the particularities of the my wild bipolar experiences and those.
If I could share something that was present to me when you were speaking and tie something back, and feel free to say no, guys, because you guys have been going on for a while, but I'm gonna there's a real question in my mind. I'll say it this way. There are all things in God's plan, and certain things grow by rivers, and you've been talking about eating some of those things and seeing some of those things. It leaves you wondering where in the plan it is, because, and I was having a conversation towards the sentiment I'm raising offline with somebody else in a different space, but I'll say it this way. There's a reason why people don't come back for the worst from Peru at times, but it doesn't mean you can just grab some mushrooms, eat them, start a church, and not accidentally wind up hurting people. A knife is a great tool. Sometimes it's a really good lever when you can't to jimmy a lock on stuff. But that doesn't mean you can just, the best thing to do is start praying wielding knives. So there's a real question in that for me, and I'm wondering if anyone's thought on it, and if it factors into the conversation here at all.
Well, first off, for anybody listening, I don't have any drugs or any knives. This is all hypothetical. That's all I want to say.
I'm waiting for it all to be legal. So
yeah,
I made my wife laugh on that one, guys, just to brag for a second.
Yeah, and to circle back to that, I think it's a valid question, and it's worth exploring some more. Is I think it's a signifier, right? So we have lost our ability to connect into primary reality in our culture, right? And there's almost like a lack of even a shared language to get back to that sense of a common primary reality that we all exist within. And so I think that the kind of the rise of the psychedelic experience back into the public consciousness that maybe it occupied prominently for a little bit in the 60s it's signifying, I think, once again, like a deeper cultural current that's, it can go in good ways and it can go in bad ways. And like you said, it's like a knife, it's like a tool, it's like a technology or an artifice. The same thing that you can use to, cut your vegetables to make a delicious stew, you can kill somebody with, right? And it's all about how you're using a tool and the intentions that you have in using it. And there's always that temptation to just get high, right? And and that's there. And there's a pleasurable aspect of the experiences. At times psychedelic experiences can be pleasurable, but my sense is that as a whole, I think it's positive, right? I do think that it does help people begin to frame their mind in a different way and begin to contemplate that deeper primary reality that we all share. And I apologize. I live right next to Miramar, so the Marine Corps Air Station is here. So if you hear the whirly birds above, that's
Do you have
just
a view?
what's that?
Do you have a nice view of anything?
I got a view of the business park. But
So you have a view.
yeah, it's a
Might see
view.
some UFOs if you look out.
Oh, I'll keep waiting for them. But yeah, so I think that the fact that this is surfacing again, like I said, generally positive, but I think that it's, what has to be understood in all of it is just they're very powerful tools. And, if you're using a really powerful drill, you better have a good grip, you know. And that's one thing that it's just, they can be hazardous if used improperly. And I certainly don't advocate for people, hey, you need to go try this and you need to go do this, because I think you're either drawn into that experience in that way or you're not. And it doesn't matter if somebody's warning you to do it or not to do it. You're going to probably, dabble. But I think it's generally positive, and I think that there are probably expanded ways that it can be used in spiritual communities. I think of that Harvard experiment that was at the Harvard Divinity School, I believe, where they had people in the divinity school take the mushrooms, and these were powerful, life-changing experiences for each person that had gone through that experience. So I think there's a place for it. But, to what degree and to what degree is that sanctioned under official religion? At some level, I think it can destabilize, and it can destabilize certain modes of clerical power, however you want to construe the clerisy, right? But I think that, so there is a little bit of tension there, but I think there are probably healthy ways to integrate it. But I get very weary of anybody who is approaching this thing as a self-proclaimed shaman or guru. And I see that as just the same iteration of the same old bullshit. It's just another trap. Somebody's enriching themselves in some way with this, or, is using it to abuse people, which it does happen. Right. And
do the official studies like at Hopkins make you optimistic, or does the environment on which these things are being tinkered with cause wariness? The aptitude for the prunishness of the academic mind may not jibe well with things like a mushroom.
Well, I think it because of what it represents and the kind of experiences that it opens people up to, like, there is it can pose a threat to the monopoly of power, right? And I think that that's why it was really stomped on very hard post 1960s. And because there is a sense where they can have a culturally revolutionary presence, and it doesn't, the 60s were a mess. A lot of those great minds burned themselves out on drugs, and
That's
so
what they want you to believe.
well, some of them did. I mean, if you've been up to Northern California into hippie towns, man,
Was it the drugs or the EMFs?
I mean, for some of them, it was definitely the drugs, but for them, I don't know if it was ever.
Mo's just Grizz in another wearing a mask. I figured it out.
I'm Grizz adjacent.
This is why yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if those are just some thoughts that associate with your question, RJ. I mean,
very much so, yeah. I mean, I guess just to bounce that ball a little bit myself, like I am optimistic about the Hopkins stuff.
Yeah.
In its multifaceted forms. I guess I'll use the word cautious about some rumors you hear about stuff going on in Colorado.
I haven't heard the rumors, so.
Oh, I mean, I think they officially sanctioned a mushroom church.
Oh, really?
Where you can actually go to church and then receive the sacrament is officially the mushroom.
Right. Well, and there was a ceremony where they I think it was out here in California, where recently somebody was in a ceremony, like I think at a yoga studio that was being rented out.
Yeah.
And somebody passed away. I mean, I think that kind of, there's always associated risk. I mean, some people, their bodies can't handle that, and so I think that there's probably some ethical guidelines, if you want to put it in, medical or bioethic type guidelines that probably would be helpful to contemplate if it's something that needs to be further integrated into the social experience. But I mean, I could see why people would, having had psychedelic experiences, I could see why people would want to come together. There's a church up in San Francisco that is similar. I don't know if it's officially sanctioned, but they're a psychedelic church.
Sanctioned by who? The state?
Yeah, I think it was the state, or at least the state's not messing with them if it's not an official sanction.
All that's pretty goofy. I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling guilty in this moment, but I mean, I'll just do I ain't scared. You can't eat me. I'll do the lived experience.
You're in the confession box, dude.
Yeah,
you're right above the confession box.
I feel like I don't. I'm just teasing you, RJ. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with how careful and the creativity and the way you think. But anyways, I just feel like I might offend RJ or so. But no, so I'm just gonna say
I'm very hard to offend.
On my way back to Christianity, one of the practices I was doing was I would take I don't know how familiar you are with mushrooms or dosing, but I was taking a very small to medial dose, just what they would say, just to get the just to kind of just to notice so not to trip. I wouldn't go to church on a psychedelic trip, but it's like a more of the micro kind of dosing techniques. Anyways, I was integrating that into my liturgy for the first probably 6 months of coming back to church. Was just and by the way, it was a beautiful experience. I loved I didn't have a bad experience with it. And then also just the weird, probably uninteresting take on I think there's something also to be said on, facts on the ground with this stuff, on what's going on in homes, what's going on in the culture. Again, I'll do the lived experience thing. Psychedelics were around pretty early on, I mean, looking back, you could say, and with what I know on, theology and stuff, yeah, you could say it was a fairly unrestrained kind of dive into it. But I mean, I can also say, thank to God and everything, but I can also say it worked out. I had very good I had good experiences that led me into the right mindset and into the right realms of thought and attention to where I was in my recent journeys with and dabblings with this stuff, to where it is the very sincere and proper orientation about this stuff. But yeah, so I just think there's something to be reminded on just
Yeah.
how this stuff
Well,
is actually.
Chad, nobody eat the brownies at the
yeah, I
potluck.
was gonna I was actually resonating with what Chad said because I did want to add a piece where I'm thinking like, in general, it is better to be sober-minded,
Yes.
you know? And so like, it's not better to take medicine, you know, but when you need the
Yeah,
medicine, you're very grateful for it.
that's a good point.
But also, am I justifying my drug use because of my depression and sciatica? Maybe.
I don't
Well, I
remember who
just think
said it,
there's
but it's
something to
like you gotta
be.
have a lot. You gotta have one may need some small vices in life. You have to
Joy.
have a reason to get into the confession box in the first place.
Right.
Exactly right.
However, that line of thinking did wind up with Shabtai V and screwing over the 1600s for our history buffs out there in the audience. So
And I'd
yeah,
do it again in a heartbeat. I'd screw over the 1600s tonight.
speak for your own family, boss. Some of us had a bit of a headache after that. But Matt, I was wondering if you ever came across the Alan Watts thing about like the how to roll that in towards coming back to the ego thing. Alan Watts has this talk he gave that rolls around the internet. I think it's in one of his books even about kind of having converting hospice into a place of gratitude with some of this stuff.
I don't know if I recognize that one.
Well,
I think we're friends on Discord, so I'll try to find it and send it to you.
so RJ, I mean, just thinking about what you said there. So my fiance is a chaplain and she does hospice care. And I think I could see some really amazingly beneficial applications in that setting. Because oftentimes in hospice, especially, if somebody's elderly, they may be the last surviving member of their families.
Yeah,
It can
that's
be
tough.
they can be incredibly alone and isolated. And I think that there's probably a place for some of that in that setting. And I know, I've had plenty of friends, living in a military town. I've had plenty of friends that have come back from, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, broken in some very serious ways. And I know for them, the psychedelic therapies that are available, especially for veterans with PTSD, has been, for some of them, it's been what's keeping them alive. And, so I think that, in any discussion with this, it's, is it all good or all bad? It just kind of depends. But I do see some very
How
powerful.
Jewish.
It's also Kierkegaard, right? What's important is your personal relationship with God in a way. And I think that like every decision in your life, and we are beings towards death, and Heidegger didn't come up with that. He stole it from Kierkegaard, but whatever.
He stole a lot from Kierkegaard, boss. We need to have that
Yeah,
conversation later.
everything. I can't. Yeah, nah, Heidegger revs my engines. I don't like that dude. But
I think Rex gears too. Sorry.
yeah, yeah. I'm a Kierkegaard lover and a Heidegger hater. But yeah, I'm glad that Chad came on because I'm interested in his perspective because he is sober and
Yeah.
also worked at a old folks home, at an
Yeah.
elderly facility.
Oh, the thing that I got one smoke before I go to bed, so I just got a little bit I can say hello about. But one thing I was thinking about as I was listening to you guys was how interesting it is that I rarely hear people's pragmatic on the ground experience of what they're doing in their spiritual practices. In most conversations, mostly I hear a lot of like theoretical abstract ideas, things like this, which are cool and all, but it's interesting. But when we get to the talking about the psychedelics, it's like we have this physical agent that we bring into the picture, and then we start talking about the spiritual awakenings. But I don't often hear about people's spiritual awakenings sitting in a pew on a Sunday morning, things like this. Sometimes I hear them, but more so. So I don't know. I just think that it's interesting that that it kind of provokes more of the psychedelic conversations provoke more of that conversation.
Right.
Where this is where I think most of the corner falls short, is it doesn't want to share its practical experience with seeking God. More or less, we want to talk about kind of like other things. As far as I'm not against drugs or alcohol. I think people can do them if they want to do them. They should. If it makes them get connected, I totally relate. I do. So I'm not against any of that stuff. And
I'll offer one.
Yo.
And I kind of said this earlier about kind of my big mystical experience, I guess, which maybe, am I the one to blame for getting us on psychedelics? Maybe.
Yeah. It's fine.
But,
No one to blame.
but the most intense one I ever had, I was steeped in the Bible. I would wake up every morning and like first thing I did was open up the Bible app. And then I would like pray, and I'd sit on the porch and drink coffee and smoke a cigarette and pray in silence and meditate and pray and read the Bible again and feel convicted and hear the voice of God and then have to go wash windows. And so yeah, like I think a lot of times it's just more fun to talk about thinky talky stuff.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times, Chad, when you start talking about practices and disciplines, it becomes a sensitive subject, because it's like some people are not disciplined at all, like some people like feel very self-conscious that like they're not having a quiet time, or they're not like saying their Hail Marys. But I don't think that's where you're coming from. Like when I hear you talk about that, I hear you saying like, yeah, like I'm a sober dude and I'm way more interested in like waking up and praying and having like things I can actually do and people I can help that will, bring me closer to God. I'm not really interested in having this crazy like experience on some drug.
Well,
Yeah.
mostly because I've had lots of crazy experiences.
Yeah. I mean, you can like, and I think like there's, I think that, we're talking about some profound spiritual experiences, and I think that can be somewhat misleading. And this kind of goes to something that Slack was talking about that I popped up here was, look, those experiences I think are there to be had. You can have a psychedelic experience if you're into having a psychedelic experience. You can have profound spiritual experiences, but there is, as someone who has had them, or at least I perceive that I've had them, the real, if I were to say, the real magic of the spiritual life is not in those things. Like they can be helpful in terms of pulling you further into the mystery. They can be helpful mental markers. But like the most magical times for me are in the silence where nothing magic happens. Right. And in those practices, Chad, to just speak to your question of like, are we experiencing God in church? I would say absolutely. That's the primary, like the liturgy and the Eucharist is the primary reality that I think for me is the grounding reality. And it's, if when my tanks are low and I'm in church, that's where I'm going to get filled. And I know that, and I can count on that. And God's promises are, in his void, they don't, or in his word, his promises don't return void, when we're there. So, in talking about these things, there's always the danger of elevating experience as if the experience itself is the end, right? It's really not.
Right.
And in some senses, it's the unsexiness of practice that is in my life where the real transformation has happened, is not through spiritual experiences. It's through the day in and day out grind of I'm not a disciplined person by nature. In fact, I'm profoundly undisciplined by nature. And it keeps me, in a sense, that's what keeps me grounded and in my lane.
Can I add an image to that before I want to hear what Matthew has to say?
Sure.
Seeing from the top of the mountain is pretty powerful.
Mm-hmm.
The only people I know about who live at the very top of the mountain are the Tibetans and the Bhutanese, and even they don't live at the very peak because the air is too thin. And I just want to very quickly just attach that to elements of being in the wilderness, both literally and metaphorically and metaphysically, as being at the top of the mountain in its own way. But as Ram Dass says, the trick is also getting back down. And this goes back to when we were talking last time, Jed, about how to bring things with you and coming back down into the valley. And I'm a little remiss in adding this last part, but to Chad's point about talking about personal practices, there's a disruption that people can also feel when the political element enters the church. And as much as we want to, and I'm going to acknowledge that I'm now beyond my bounds, simply because I'm not a member of the church. As much as one might want to render onto Caesar what is Caesar's, the church is still on Caesar's land, is the best way I might be able to put it. From my tradition, we don't really see the division of church and state. So the political element is present, but that's where the Sanhedrin ameliorates things. But to bring it back to what Chad was saying and to wrap up so I can throw it back to Matt. When your practice is focused on being together, and then the leader is perhaps unintentionally, for whatever reason, or maybe intentionally, they don't know, disruptive to the liturgy, that can cause issues with practice. So with that, I want to ask what Matt had to say.
I agree with all that. I think that's beautiful, RJ. And I love the verticality you introduced too. It reminds me of the Plato's cave of, we want to have these anagogic experiences. We want to strive for anagogic experiences, but then we also have to understand that there's this the grind in the trenches of what Chad is trying to emphasize here of what are you doing every day? What are your practices to get you through the grind? And then I want to reemphasize also what Slack and Jed said, that there's a both and here. There's a and I'll even to tie in the Zen, and I'm going to bed, fellas. I'll even try and do a gymnastics move here and bring it back in the Zen, is that the one of the things, the mystic in my heart that Zen really just welcomed home and really made me feel right, is that there is the magic in the everyday. There is the I know, obviously I'm not trying to minimize Jed's experience there, and to the extent that it was traumatic, I totally sympathize or empathize. I always get those confused. But my point is I totally relate to those experiences and those that notion of seeing Christ in everything and every moment and everywhere. And that it's exactly what I think Chad is trying to warn against, right? Too, is that on top of the mountain can be suffocating. That air can be so thin, it's not necessarily sustainable. But it's also not. But it's also I'm not going to deny the magic and the mystery that is around every corner and every moment. And I think there is it's something that Zen really gets to a fine point on that. You want the fullness of that experience. You want to be able to in the trenches on the everyday get the exhale and know that there's a magic in a mystery to even this grind here, all the way to the very insane mystical experience where you read the Bible for, as Mo says, for 12 hours, and you get lost for a week and with Jesus on your shoulder, or into the extent of some of the stuff that we broached, even taboo, in the right mindset, hitting the firework button and maybe eating a few mushrooms in a very sincere and solemn mindset. And I would also just touch on too is of there's a spirituality to that too. It's not just this. It's not even that metaphor falls short too, because you are you're interfacing with the spirit of, you know, the pharmakia, the spirit of the mushroom, right? The spirit of these rituals of entering this psychedelic realm. That, by the way, I mean, just to do the cogside thing right before I tap out, I mean, these mystical experiences, these higher states of consciousness, there's something to them that really is aligning and symbolic of the human experience. And so, yeah, of course, I'm 1,000% with Chad. There's no way you want to do it in some immature, you know, half keeled, half baked manner. But I
How
also
about
think
this?
there's a. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to offer you a synthesis or a compaction of what I'm hearing you say, which
Go
is,
ahead, buddy, and then I'm going to bed.
yeah, good night. I love you. Sleep tight. We ask that, you know, God our Father who art in heaven to give us our daily bread, and then if the manna so happens to fall, I mean, brother, oh taste and see that the Lord is good. That's my advice.
I love you guys. Jed, this was fantastic, man.
So
We're
glad
gonna
you
have to do
joined, my
some more.
friend.
David, you know, I'm a big fan. I'll have to catch it on the morning or something. I got to go work. RJ, man, I'm gonna use the JV thing. Your mind is delicious, brother. That's what it made me think of. So God bless y'all.
Let's talk more, Bob.
Yes, brother.
Let's talk
All right,
more.
Mosif.
I did.
All right, see you guys. See you. All right. So, David, sorry, I'm sometimes I can't. The way my laptop is set up, I can't always see everybody trying to jump in. So, I'm sorry for
it's all right. It's being in backstage is an encouragement to be more specific in your listening. If that makes sense. So I felt that it was a good experience either way, being backstage. I'm wondering, one of the things that I'm kind of sitting with is part of a conversation that I was listening to one of the guys, which from the what's it called, MAP program. What is that guy's name? I can't remember. He said, I think it was related to one of the trials where they found that it was good for. Oh, sorry, my dog is losing her mind because there's a thunderstorm happening. Foxy, calm down. What they found was that they could relieve PTSD using psilocybin mushrooms. Right, it's one of the studies that everyone brings up. And I wonder if maybe I don't know how to do this without saying something a little bit harsh. Do you want soldiers who do horrific things to not have consequences to them? Is that good?
That's a good point.
I think it's none of my business.
Is healing in all situations the best? Sorry.
Can you give us an
that's
example?
a big question, David. I will take a stab at it, but I'll let the friends here jump in on that first. But I have some thoughts.
Okay, I'll be the least wise and dumbest of us to try to throw myself headlong into that bombshell. But I think this is where I lean on the personal relationship with God. Because I think in a lot of ways it's easy to be in search of an ideal. We often create a law or an idol. And I just think that I think it's connected to the fact that Christ is with us in our sufferings. And so and the fact that the sufferings are connected to something in the past, and we call that PTSD, and we treat people that have this suffering in the present because of the past, we call them people with PTSD, and we treat them with psilocybin. We're so many levels of abstraction away from what I think is the truth of reality, which is that Christ is in all things. And so that, the fact that, it's like asking, like, how long do we leave Christ up on the cross? As long as it takes, I guess.
I think part of it is I know people personally where part of their growth has involved realizing that some of their medications that made their life day to day easier was preventing them from addressing what the real issues in their lives were. Where, you know, the metaphor that I would use is pain is like there's people who have disorders where they don't experience pain and they injure themselves immensely, right? And so do you want something like an Oxycontin could prevent you from actually getting a broken bone fixed, right? Like I knew people who are crackheads, and someone who's like a crackhead will injure themselves like incredible ways that I've witnessed, and just keep going, right?
Right.
The relief of the difficulty prevents them from addressing the issue.
Yeah. So I mean, I have some really strong thoughts on this just um, because of what I've seen. You know, I never served in the military. I have really little direct knowledge of what they go through. I would also, I'm adamantly anti-war. You know, but at the same time, I'm not I'm not necessarily anti-soldier, right? And a lot of times they get wrapped into you know, and there's no way for me to not sound political, but no way for these typically young, lower class, and it's men and women these days, it's not just young men, they get pulled into fighting a rich man's war. And for interests that they could hardly understand. And, you know, being trained to the point where they're able to and willing to kill for it, and then coming back and trying to grapple with the reasons that they were told versus the reality on the ground is a level of dissonance that I think most of us have a profoundly difficult time understanding. I had friends. I fortunately didn't lose any friends in the Afghanistan or Iraq wars, but I had a lot of them that came back either psychologically and spiritually broken, or their bodies were shot up and broken. I remember one of my friends, she came back and we were, you know, she wasn't even a combatant, but was in like a Humvee and got hit with an IED. It was a beautiful young lady. And we're, you know, at the beach at a bonfire, and she had, you know, from navel to the top of her chest, she had a scar, shrapnel wounds. And, you know, these are the realities that they face. And I do not hold them personally responsible for what happens in war to the same degree that I would hold somebody who sends them there. And I think that if there are treatments, psychedelic or medical or otherwise, that can help alleviate their suffering in meaningful ways, that can keep them from eating a bullet, that can keep them and reintegrate them into society and to bring healing, I think that um, we should do all we can for people who find themselves in that position. And
Well, and it's difficult to figure out for the individuals versus,
right.
like, I wonder about. I watched this random video. It was a communist talking about how Dwight was a better boss in the office than Michael, because a boss that your buddy, but this is the communist argument, okay? The buddy relationship where you love your boss means that you don't realize to what extent you're being exploited. But if you have an actual aggressive stance with your employer, then that leads to, like, you only unionize if you believe things are bad enough. You only so again, this was from a communist perspective, and I wonder about things like this is horrible because this is people's lives, and I agree with you. And I know people who have PTSD who are first responders and respond to call centers and and police officers. And it's like, I don't know, because maybe it is that the full extent of the horror makes the thing implode, whereas having a sense of relief, I don't know how I feel about this.
Right. Well, I think it's just that there's so many areas where we break down socially, and this is.
Can I cut in for a second?
Yeah, please do, RJ.
Going back to what David was saying about questioning about, I'm looking for the right words here. David, feel free to clarify me. Also, going forward, general rule for just talking with me as a person, I encourage interruptions. I don't ask for that to be returned at all. You know, that kind of thing. So no worries, guys.
Tempt me further.
Especially, I like to be interrupted if I'm misphrasing something from someone's else's point of view. So when I refer to it, that kind of thing, that's why I bring it up. But to refer to what I understand David to be saying about what I'll phrase as figuring out where and when for the healing to take place, such that the sword doesn't get stuck in the scabbard, perhaps. And linked to that, I'm wondering aloud here. Turning the other cheek certainly important, but what parable would any of you guys maybe suggest, or scripture, or even outside idea? You know, where does that preserving the ability to protect? I don't particularly, from anything that I've gathered about people's experiences, see the concern there, but I can certainly see it as a potential. So preserving the ability to keep the sword clean is kind of where I'm wondering if you guys have any thoughts or resonate with anything.
I guess the parable that came to mind for me was the Good Samaritan, but obviously not the character of the Samaritan, but the character of the guy who gets beat up. But then that also sprang to mind the old Peterson distinction of it's oftentimes not what's done to us that gives us the PTSD. Sometimes it can be what we were willing to do, kind of a thing. And so I think that, yeah, it's difficult to kind of have a one size fits all, you know, even though we can name the problem, it's much harder to kind of name the solution, it seems. But yeah, that was the parable that came to mind, was the Good Samaritan. I don't know if that's very helpful though.
No, it is, because it brings to mind the experience of someone who I've come to know recently who has had to grapple with what Peterson talks about as being confronted and losing your map, not because your map doesn't work, but because you've got a new landscape you haven't mapped out with because you happened to help somebody that you knew. So that's what I was thinking about with the Good Samaritan piece. But David, is that in line with what you were thinking about at all, or have I gone to a new part of the field here?
Well, because this is real wounding, and I'm also wondering about the parable of counting the cost, right? When a man's building a tower or something, he must count the cost before he commits to it. Otherwise, he gets halfway through and can't finish, and everyone insults him. And I think that a good amount of our military a lot of our systems are not including a real counting of the cost.
I thought you were saying that you didn't count the cost before asking this question.
Did David just say audit the Fed?
Oh gosh. So, well,
that's a joke. I swear.
I'm all for it. That would be an interesting balance sheet to observe. So I mean, in the context of the question, I think I will start with the most provocative side of it, and then I'll nuance from there. I think violence is an evil, fundamentally. I don't think that there is any way around it. We may have elements where, and people are going to come down on different ends of the spectrum, from, complete pacifism to, that violence, like just war type theory, that, there's some sort of justice that exists in war. And I'm not going to solve that problem here. I do think it's fundamentally evil. And we have to, I think you have to, I would say it's important to be aware of that, right? Is that what you are doing when you are engaging in a violent act is a fundamental sin against God's image. Now, in the context of maybe preventing a worse evil, I think there's arguments to be had there. I agree that there, and it's where everybody's going to land a little bit differently on the spectrum. And I think there's a place for personal defense. But I would say this, that warfare is always and inevitably about the clashing of prevailing interests, and it betrays a fundamental lack of imagination and the ability to engage a diplomatic process. There's only one thing that's going to is guaranteed in a war. Even if you win the war, you lose it. And so for someone who, is contemplating military services, I think it may be helpful to be aware of the fact that they obviously, that when they're recruiting kids and, 18-year-old kids in high school, they're not telling them this. They're telling them what it will do for their careers and the GI Bill and all these kinds of things. Is like what they're being asked to do ultimately is, to be, the bleeding edge of a killing machine. And to have an awareness of that. And some people are comfortable with that. And if they feel called into that domain of service, I'm not standing in the way of that, but I do think that they're in the most unnuanced way, you will have to come to grips with the weight of what that evil does to the human soul.
Yeah.
Even if there's a righteous justification for it, there's something profoundly wrong with the violence. And I get concerned in our contemporary context, because it just seems like there's always an endless series of justifications that we have for why we are having the fights that we have, religious reasons, political reasons, economic reasons. And I would usually say that economics is typically the main driver in most warfare.
Can I ask David a question?
But yeah, go ahead. Please do.
David, you've been on Federucci's Vervaeke vote streams, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to point at something and I'm going to ask if there's anything from that experience. And given that, I believe you're a Christian, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, cool. So if you don't mind playing the bridge here, because I do want to respect the kind of where the stream started. Any thoughts on what you originally brought up in connection with how to go about turning the swords into plowshares?
So one of the bits that was kind of, I was in Toronto during, I was very involved in downtown Toronto with homeless ministries. And there was the G6, G20 protests, which had this really, really big thing occurred. You can look up video footage, and it was a bit of a period of a lot of people's political awakening. And it was very eye-opening for a lot of people. And around that time, the group that I was a part of, we started doing training. There was the Mennonite Central Committee in Toronto, which I think is an organization that Pajot did his mission work in Africa with somehow. But either way, there became these ideas kicking around, which is what if we trained for peace as thoroughly as other people trained for war? Because peace and
I love
make
it, yeah.
You require training to make sure something does not become violent. Mm-hmm. It is difficult to do. It is not your instinct. And guess what? Killing is also not your instinct, right? Mm-hmm. They've done studies on how soldiers will oftentimes raise their rifles so that they don't hit people, even people shooting at them, because one of my friends, a friend who actually has PTSD, he was a diver with the Toronto police, and he told me the story where he was diving, and when you're diving, you have a large tank That's what you're really supposed to be based on. Then you have a smaller tank that's like an emergency situation, and only lasts about 10, 15 minutes. And the person who set him up connected the wrong tank, and he's at the bottom of a very cold lake, and he just swam 15 minutes down, and he is out of oxygen, and he can't switch to the other one because he's been on his backup this entire time. Okay, so he has to go back up, and I was talking to him about it. What your instinct wants to do is to hold on to your breath, and if you do that, you are dead. You need to go against your instinct into your training, believe in your training, and just do what the training says, even though it feels wrong. That takes over, and that saves your life. And he did that, and he didn't. If you exhale too quickly, you're dead. If you hold on to your breath, you're dead. You have to do this thing that is completely against that stuff. And so I did some of this nonviolent training, and what was interesting is a couple of guys, like it was mostly volunteers and staff and stuff, but a couple of guys who actually were homeless came up, and some of them became very upset and wanted to assault the person leading the nonviolent interaction thing. And it was for us interacting with police and in case stuff actually happened in the drop-in. And it was this bizarre thing because it immediately in that moment practical. But the problem is that it goes on forever. Nonviolence goes on forever. Like, people will be trying to come at you, and you're just trying to receive it in a way without harming yourself or even letting the person harm you. Because especially in some of that situations, they'll be ashamed and be re-interacting with trauma from their own lives.
Mm-hmm.
I feel I wandered a bunch. Do you want me to wander back to anything?
Well, so David, there's just there's a concept that I think you're hitting at, and I think that, like, the idea of practicing peace is there's a powerful element to that, and to me it's a recursive process of non-zero sum processing, right? And this is where what you're talking about that goes against our instinct. Our instinct is to win. And typically the only way we can conceive of winning is if the other party, whoever they are, loses in some way. And I think that this is where, like, fundamentally today, like, we don't have great diplomats in the world right now, right? We have a lot of people that seem to be, it seems like that we've lost that art of diplomacy and negotiation and trying to understand what your enemy wants, understanding what you want, and trying to find some sort of common ground where you both feel like you're walking away winning something. And and to return just to the overarching topic here, as we're talking about Christianity, Zen, and the Dharmic traditions, I think ahimsa is a powerful and necessary concept. And this is, my own personal conviction, but I do not think that any of the conflicts that we're facing in the world, which I have no illusion, I believe they will get worse. The only true resolution is going to be a nonviolent resolution. And my concern is that will only come after a lot of intense human death and suffering. But we stand on that.
That became, it's one of the reasons why we even had some people who they said hypothetically there might be a situation where violence could be used, like as a last issue, but that they said they wouldn't entertain the idea because if you set it up as an option, you jump to it too quickly. you almost like want it to not be something that you even consider. And when you're doing work with the homeless, right, and
Mm-hmm.
it's people that you love being violent to other people that you love.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you interact in that situation, right? How do you stop? How do you prevent? In what situations would we actually be willing to call the police, right? Because we loved the people that we interacted with. And so there were some situations where I think anyone else would call the police and we didn't. right? Like there was this situation, we had a healthcare system where people could come in and there was a nurse and stuff. Someone pulled a knife and was threatening, and there was conversation, like de-escalation for like an hour, and they didn't call the police at the end of any of that situation. They didn't call in the middle, they didn't call at the end. These were people that were that committed. Now the problem is that every now and then it goes too far, and I don't know at what point we have to accept the evil of someone bringing in violence to stop violence.
Right.
Can I
Please do. Please
can
jump
I
in.
add something before I hop off in just a little bit because it's running late? As you can see, my timer in my background has told me it's dark outside. I want to offer an image on the towards the Dharmic level and towards some of perhaps what David is sharing, and towards what Chad was saying. I'll even make it from my own experience. Not too long ago, I found a pretty neat path that isn't traveled very much, even though it's an official hiking path, mostly just because it's a tight space as far as cars are concerned. And turns out as the months go on, there's some pretty spiky weeds that grow right kind of up in the path unless you get at them pretty early. But if you go along far enough in the path, there's a part where the river, or at least it's a headwater of a local river, kind of turns around a bend, gets pretty deep. People like to rope swing there, but a little after that, it's pretty rocky. And it's rocky in this pretty peculiar way where, because there's some pretty big bedrock that juts out about halfway out the stream, beavers like to build dams there. But because the rocks are kind of in this semicircle, the sediment builds up and there's this pool of stagnant water that just sits there. You can tell that when it's raining, maybe it washes through a little bit, but usually it's just sitting full of water, and all these mosquitoes and things were really festering. And there's a little trash there, and you could tell people used to like to hang out there, but because of the mosquitoes, people don't like to hang out there so much. And it kind of got to me that I couldn't spend time there because it was such a beautiful spot. And I just decided to mess around with like a couple of rocks in the stream, just because it's something that I used to enjoy doing. And I noticed how like these very small movements would have these very large impacts, and how the water would flow around it. So that's where I'm getting back to the Dharma thing. Mm-hmm. And I began just kind of revisiting the place. And as I would revisit the place, I'd always kind of move something a little bit. I've been reading about rock gardening kind of thing. And I noticed that if I moved the water in a certain way by placing rocks, I could begin to wash fresh water into the pool. But I noticed, because on the back side of the pool, this is why I mentioned the rocks were in a kind of a cup-ish. So that water would be washing in to where the cup was holding. And I kind of had to figure out how to either place enough force with the water going in to wash back out, but then that wasn't working because of the way that the river was moving around a bend, causing another circle of water, like I mentioned, to push back in. And I noticed that there are a couple of different areas of sediments, and ultimately they're, with enough time, the water now naturally flows through. It still has a little cup of water, but it still flows out. And there's a channel that goes in and out, channel that goes in, and a channel that's kind of on the side. And it's nothing that I did. It's not like I can cut into the bedrock. But to the breathing in and out, and the importance to the breath, which is where this image popped into my mind about the diver. There's an intuition of like, well, I just need to power through this, that I first had, of just like, okay, if I put enough fresh water, it'll wash right out. And I was puzzled as to why that wasn't working. And I've heard different things be those different paths and things. And I'll end with, on the note of paths, I'm very thankful for these conversations. I really appreciate everything that everyone said. I'm looking forward to having more in the future, and finding that fellowship upon that walking each other home. So with that, gentlemen, I would like to wish you a very good night.
Good night, RJ. Thanks
But
for
I will be
joining.
lurking because I'm really good at that.
Well, I only really want to add, I think I can add one thing to what you said, and then maybe that's all I want to say as well. That I really, really want people to interact directly with the people they want to help and the issues that they want to face. And the reason why I say that is because you can have ideas as to how these things work, and they work completely differently when you want to actually help people, right? Mm-hmm. And I think work like San Francisco actually addresses some of the things that I learned there as well, which is like, what happens if we don't address it at all? If we leave everything, we don't criminalize any of these things, is that better? Is it worse? What do these things look like? What does violence look like in its practicality? And are we actually willing to interact with them or not? These are things that we really need to address, and I think we need to address them on the ground floor and not. I know that we're not merely people who are talking, but that becomes something that I'm very, very passionate about, because these topics are oftentimes not addressed with real people actually threatening you, actually threatening people that you love, and you'd be surprised at what could actually be effective.
I think there's a lot of wisdom there. It's one thing to talk about this in abstraction. It's a very different thing when you're in the intense situation of trying to help somebody. It just for anyone who's been there in one form or another, it's a tough one. I think when, so to return to the Dharma, what was coming to mind as we were talking about the question of violence. I love to read the Bhagavad Gita. It's one of my favorite. It's such a fascinating piece of literature.
Not to interrupt, but I'd love to pick up on that thread, since maybe when at another time I don't know if there's any Hindus in the space that are lurking or anything like that, but any Buddhists or anyone from really any walk of life, I think all are welcome. But I'm sorry to interject there, because I've been reading recently and there's a lot there I think that's fruitful. So please continue.
Right. So the dilemma that Arjuna finds himself in is that he finds himself in this very distasteful war where he will inevitably have to kill people that he holds in high esteem and he loves, members of his own family, essentially. And it's very interesting because Krishna, who in the whole discourse is spurring Arjuna on to seeing the self in all things, right? And that the God is present everywhere and in all things and is available to all who love him and seek him, but also is enjoining Arjuna to join the fight, so to speak, and to carry out his dharma as a warrior. And the translations that I read, I don't know if I have it here with me. I think it's in my office, but is Eknath Esarwan, I think, is the translator, and he takes in his commentary, he takes a position of nonviolence, that he believes that the Gita is actually speaking to nonviolence profoundly, because you can't apply the principles. You can't apply the principles that are taught in there and then still enact violence. I think if we look at warfare iconographically, in a sense, it can be instructive in terms of a certain kind of healthy spiritual militancy. To be committed to the path of not engaging in physical violence does not mean that you're not engaging ideologically, spiritually, in combat at some level. So I think that there's some appropriateness there, but it's a tough one for me when I think about just the corrosive effects of violence, it's hard for me to not land. I wouldn't, call myself a full blown pacifist, but I'm pretty darn close, right? I think that there's maybe some isolated cases where, you need to protect your loved ones, or you need to protect, and I don't diminish that. And unfortunately, I've never been in a position where I've needed to even contemplate that eventuality. But it's a path that I think ultimately becomes very corrosive, and we can tend to glorify martial violence, especially in our societies and our cultures. It makes for great stories, and it gives us a way to understand heroism and courage and camaraderie and all these kinds of things. But it comes wrapped in something that at the same time is profoundly dehumanizing for us. And so,
well, and
I don't know.
trying to understand that desire within the person to act. I have a friend who, he doesn't know how to act without being violent. He joined the military. He was watching stories of women being kidnapped. I think it was Boko Haram, and he decided to join the military because he said, I'm going to go, and if they kill me, that's fine. I can't let this happen.
Right.
And I think, and it's why I become very passionate about actually acting on these things and seeing how things work, is I believe that we're in the worst case scenario. Like, because I've seen people who are very, very courageous, who are pacifist, who are not unacting.
Right.
Show up, be in a situation where it is your blood on the line. We are going to do this thing, and it is a true act of bravery. But instead, you have violence from people who don't even believe in violence, and pacifism because it's actually cowardice.
Right.
As opposed to maturity and action resulting in these things.
Right.
That's what I'm wondering, how to bring about the purity of my beliefs into action and not just allow that to be a form of cowardice.
Right.
And I have seen it. Like and I've experienced it once or twice within myself as well.
Right. Well, yeah, there's to walk that path of ahisma or nonviolence, right? To really walk it in a way that is a spiritually coherent place is it. I think of Thich Nhat Hanh or Martin Luther King Jr. or some of the great nonviolent advocates in our recent past. Is they were committed also to a life of devotion, a devoted life, and were committed to service. Service was not something that they paid lip service to; they lived it. And I think being forged in those fires of service and forged in the fires of conflict and combat, is it placed them in a place of, I think, spiritual receptivity and perception that allowed them to navigate those difficult waters, because there are times where you can punt to nonviolence as a way of cowardice. I agree with you on that. There's where you can remove yourself from a combative situation without exercising your duties within that situation, right? And what the situation.
And that honestly is also tied to what I was saying before about like Martin Luther King Jr. and his work, like actually reading his essays and his speeches, really, really transformed some of my thinking on this. And it's actually kind of what I was getting at when I was talking about maybe not curing PTSD, maybe like having, because part of what King did was actually present the injury, is the violence that was received, and even the like fatality and all this other stuff. They actually said, we're going to do this thing and we are going to present it to them. We're going to make them have to face it and deal with it. And one of the things that they actually planned on doing and how they imploded the system was they realized that they could all pay very easily to get out of jail, and they refused. And the system actually couldn't handle people accepting the punishment of their jail time. So they were like, okay, you guys can be released. And they're like, no, we're not going to pay the $1 bail. And then they're like, but we can't afford to feed you any longer. Well, then you shouldn't have arrested us, right? Like, to actually make the system bear the consequences of their violence and their action, which is a brilliant strategy, but requires people of a particular level of commitment. And that's part of what's so difficult about the thing that I entered on about curing soldiers of PTSD using psychedelics, being like, sometimes bearing the consequence can actually lead to more healing.
Yeah.
I don't want to make that decision for others.
Yeah. The disease can be like, I mean, it can be the cure. It's just, that's a very fraught, perilous kind of proposition. I wanted to just highlight something Mark dropped in the comments here and just say, like, Mark, I agree with that. I think that there is there's two different paths here. If you do the evangelistic path of basically an imposed nonviolence, it's first of all, it's wildly ineffective. But second of all, I think it betrays the spirit of what that spirit of ahisma or nonviolence means. Is I think that it's more of a practice. And just to back into this, because I think this is relevant, right, is I think that there's a place for the karma of the warrior, right? I think that there's a place for, just like I think that there's a place for the karma of the warrior and the priest and the orphan. I think that in a sense, there's a path for each of them. And I wouldn't say that those who are soldiers are outside of God's grace or anything of the sort, and would not pretend to try to make them feel guilty for, from my end. Right. But I do think that just for me, it's like where I've come to over the past several years. I think also feeling very burned as a young American, and in the wake of 9/11, and just seeing the catastrophic effect that kind of the push for war had for us culturally, and the secondary and tertiary effects that it continues to have down to our present day. Is I fail to see how it ultimately answers anything. And, I think that the dharma of the warrior, or the karmic burden of the warrior, can just as easily be put into the service of nonviolence as it is to violence. And, in the end, I believe everything gets reconciled, and, it's not, there's no mechanism for a forced reconciliation. And so I wouldn't pretend that that's the case, but.
And among the very, very conservative Mennonites that I became friends with, they were completely fine with the fact that the state used such force. But they said, but that is not our role. And I was asking my friend about it, because he doesn't vote. He very, very conservative Mennonite, right? Like, that's not our role. We're not supposed to do any of that stuff. And he told me that he wasn't opposed to the death penalty as something that might be necessary, but just that that's not our role. And our role is to seek the redemption of people who even justly are going to be killed by the state. That was his feelings on it. And I wonder about that when we are acknowledging the different roles, not judging others for the place that they're in, but knowing that that's not our place. We are in a place to offer something completely different.
Yeah, and I think there's a sense of calling and path that people have to consider when grappling with these kind of issues. I'll tell you what, guys, I am kind of at the end of my ability to contribute.
It was lovely, Jedediah. Do you go by Jed?
Either one. You can call me Jedediah or Jed. Usually I hear Jedediah when I'm in trouble. But I go by Jed,
Well, I had a great conversation with you, so thank you.
I appreciate it, David. Yeah, and to everybody who tuned in, thank you for spending the time with us. This has been a long and winding conversation, like they always are here at Grail Country, and appreciate the participation with everybody who jumped into the conversation and those of you that were contributing in the comments. And maybe we'll pick up on more of this in the future. And with that, I bid you all a good night.